Uh, Hi and hello. My name is Marta, and I'm not a Wikipedian, and I don't work for Wikipedia, but I work for school. And I'm an educator, and for the last 10 years, I was working in a non-governmental organization, School with Class, with my colleagues here. And what we are trying to do in School with Class, we are trying to pump into the educational system everything we can to make the teachers be more modern, to work better, to feel better, and to construct a better school environment. And to do it, we are trying to mix and to open up to different fields. That's why I'm here today for two reasons. One of them is that I want to tell you how we are open to collaboration with art, science and business when we work in education, and how we do it, using different models, among them design thinking model or socio-ecological model of health. And I want to talk to you about mistakes and how mistakes are perceived in education and what we can do about them, or maybe we shouldn't do anything about them, but how to change the teacher's approach towards the mistake while they teach the children. So this is more or less what's going to happen. One thing I would like to tell you is that is going to be a very old school workshop. So I say hello to people online, if there are any. But we are going to work on paper, there is no presentation, and I would like you to be, for this hour and a half, in reflection. Everything I need, I have copied. So if you need to see the model, I have the model. If you need to see what we are talking about, to have also the visual representation, then we have it. But we are trying not to use internet for an hour and a half, if possible. Okay? Difficult. So that was the introductory part. If you need anything, if you need to drink, if you need to go to the toilet, just do it. So the very beginning of what we are going to do today, I will just give you some of them. You can touch them, you can hug them, you can see what they are. We're going to start with camels, dromedaries. Dromaderros, as we call them in English, because an error, the dromaderros. So what you can see here are the camels that represent mistakes, different mistakes that we make. And they were created by an artist, Uchatka. I can write it down for you, hopefully. And she makes them out of old clothes and constructs them, because she's an architect, in a way that they are little pieces of art. And we use them to work with schools, and we send them all around Poland so they can teach about mistake not being a horrific thing that you need to eliminate, but something you need to hug and accept as an element of your life, not only at school, but on every stage of your living, at work, in different situations, and not to feel that this is something you need to definitely eliminate, what teachers in Polish schools normally do. But I will tell you also about our collaboration with business and science, because those mistakes were an element of what we thought about collaborating with business. We did it with, what was the name of the company now? I don't remember. But in general, we decided that we need to introduce things from outside that work for big companies to schools that are little companies, and they can really make a use out of them. But before we go to it, I would like us to ask you to reflect, what do you think when you think about mistake, and to write it down on a piece of post-it. Synonyms. I will give you pens, so I get Aneta. When you think about mistake and error, what comes to your mind? What are the first things that come to your mind? They can be positive. They can be negative. Maybe you have a story now behind, then keep it. Don't say it, but keep it. We will use it. Words, phrases. What's there? It can be one thing, two things. You can put each of them on a different piece of paper. Okay? A few seconds more. All right. So we have a poster there with a mistake. So I would like you to, one by one, stand up and tell your name and tell us where are you from, what are you doing?
My name is Vivian. I'm from Germany. This is my first Wikimedia, and yeah, I was really looking forward to the Women's Summit. It's not taking place today, so I was glad to join this workshop.
Okay. I will just ask the guys, would you prefer them to talk to the microphone when they present? No, that's fine? Fine, okay. Could you put your cards on the poster? Nice to meet you, and thank you for coming.
Right on time.
Okay, so we have shame, progress, and failure. Anyone connects to this one? Do you have something similar in your answers?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you have? What's your name?
I wrote part of any process. I think it relates to progress.
Okay, would you like to put your cards on the poster? Do you have anything else?
I wrote it's human, and usually it's manageable.
Usually. Thank you. Who's next?
So I'm Gabriel from Geneva, and two words I found is trial, trying out things, and improve.
Okay, would you like me to put them? Trial and improve. Good. Thank you. Who's next? Go on.
Diego from Switzerland. I'm thankful to the person correcting the editing. It's can be improved.
Okay. What more do you have? Hi.
Participants.
Superb. Okay.
You don't get it right the first time, but you keep on trying.
I keep on trying, yeah.
Uh-huh.
As soon as I'm trying, I'm learning. As soon as I'm
That's
trying,
okay. I can keep it.
As soon as I'm trying, I'm learning, and I've done wrong. No, I'm trying again. And then when I
Won't give up. It's like about
yeah,
persistence.
yeah. And well, I worked in a Montessori school, and I could observe that the children, the more they practice, the more and more and more, the more it's coming, and then it's like that. It's here. It's in it. It's in them, and I mean, you need to, try, and the mistake is making you trying again, and then you have it, and that's it. And it's, I mean, it's a way to see, to observe that you still need to try, to practice. And so that's an experience, important experience, I would say. Yeah.
Very nice, thank you.
Yeah.
Would you like to put it on the board?
So I mean, experience, do better, and it's not wrong, I'm trying.
Good, thank you very much. Who's next? Guys.
So I'm Krzysztof, and I'm from here, from Katowice, and I wrote an opportunity to learn and then a temporary setback,
Okay.
and that's
Thank you. You have my favorite camel. Yeah. He's sad, but he's beautiful. We're going to talk about him. Okay, so what do you have?
I have similar, something to fix in process.
Something to fix in the process. Okay. Okay.
Everybody pretty much covered.
Very good.
Yeah. Wakana from Japan. I have depress, retry, improvement.
Okay. Yeah. So we have some positive words about mistakes. We have human. We could go to AI, we won't. But that's a very good point. We would start. We have experience. When there is a fear about the failure, there is no curiosity. So teaching kids not to be afraid is something super important while we work with them at school. We have improve. There is no improvement if we don't make mistakes. We have progress. We have opportunity to learn. Improvement again. Not wrong trying. Do better. Something to fix, but we have also shame, depress, and failure. But we also have, I'm thankful to the person correcting it. And this is something I'm going to keep to make it a point to go forward, because this is something about teachers. How to make children learn in a safe environment and make them be wrong, make mistakes, but still feel safe to develop. And this is something we're trying to tackle. And before we discovered design thinking, and we decided that this is going to be a good framework to talk about mistakes, we did a lot of things with inquiry-based learning. And we observed that if you want to teach something and you have a teacher and a student, you need both of them to be ready to give and take responsibility. And this is very important. Because if the adult is not ready to give and the child is not ready to take it, then we have a conflict. If it's too early for the child and it takes too much, then maybe she won't go back and do it again because they would be afraid. And the adult needs to see the readiness of the child to be independent, to take the risk, to make mistakes by themselves. So we have always a situation of two or more people that need to be conscious and need to know that they are, and then the adult, of course, needs to need more and be ready to correct, but they both need to be ready to make mistakes. And then we encountered this design thinking process. Do you know design thinking? Who knows it? So when you think about design thinking, what is it? Explain us in 2 sentences. What's design thinking?
It's a methodology to address challenges based on empathy and the user needs, and pretty much recommends iteration and making prototyping and getting better every step of the way.
Okay, did you use that method at work maybe? Any of you? Do you know where does it come from? That's Stanford
really.
University.
Okay.
Yeah, at the very, very beginning. Stanford. Yeah. And do you know the story behind?
No, not
I will make it very short. The story was that there was problem with the children, like newborns dying in India, and they were trying to find a solution because there were shortages of in hospitals. Then they wouldn't have electricity, so they had many problems with keeping them warm and alive. There were women traveling from far away to bring their children to the hospital if there was something wrong, plenty of stuff. But the solution at the end was that they created something in a very multidisciplinary team that was very cheap. It was $1. They made a cocoon that you didn't need to have in the hospital. You could take it home. That would keep the child warm. And they somehow maybe not solve the problem, but help the situation a lot. But how did they do that? They didn't sit down with the European and American solutions that we all have and work them all over. But they went there with students, with parents, with doctors, with everyone. They created a super diverse team. And they took also something that is called, someone who is called in design thinking a non-gravity thinker. Do you know who is the non-gravity thinker in design thinking process? That's someone who doesn't know the subject at all. That's an external eye. That's a stranger. That's someone who looks at things with a fresh eye because he doesn't know. And that's a very, very good point of starting a design thinking process. Make a diverse team, but remember that you're inside. And when you are inside, maybe you just don't see things anymore. So that was the very beginning, and this is the very beginning of the design thinking process. And also at school, when you create a team, invite someone who works in the kitchen. Invite someone who works in the cloakroom. Because there is no one that can see the children coming to school better than the lady who opens the door. Because she knows when they are crying, she knows when they are hungry, she knows that they have a hole in the shoe, she knows if they have friends or not. So these diverse teams, inviting people from different environments, they can be really valuable. And I'm talking about school environment, but of course we can make it a metaphor to different levels. So this is the point 0. And this point 0 is already about our approach to being wrong. Because maybe someone will tell us that we don't see something, and we are a schoolmaster, we are a manager, we are someone important, and we have to admit that we have to listen to different perspectives. Because my area of expertise really is mental health, well-being, and resilience. This is what I do, basically. And I was at the Mental Health Congress in Warsaw this year, and there was a psychiatrist that was opening the Congress, and he's working with a method of dialogue. And he said something very important, that we need to listen to each other because we develop and we learn about the mistakes and failures only if we hear the internal monologues of different people. Because the voices in our heads, they are very different. We may think that they are similar, but many times they are not. So the point 0 of design thinking says, make the team. And the team is the starting point, okay? But then we have the stage number 1, which is empathizing. What is normally a stage number 1 when you need to solve a problem? Find a problem. That's very good, because you need to find a problem, and that's a design thinking situation. But if you think that you already found the problem, what is the first thing you do?
Whose problem?
Okay.
Why is it a problem at all?
You're too good, really. Why is the problem? Where is the problem? That's very good. This is what you do in design thinking. But if you would generalize, do you know people that jump directly into solutions? They see a problem, they jump into giving a solution to the problem. Do you know this situation? Yeah. This is a problem in Polish schools, basically. This is something I can tell you, that if there is a problem, we have plenty of people already knowing how to solve it. Which is not good, because design thinking says, even if you have an idea to solve the problem, park it. Maybe it's good, but maybe it's not. Write it down, but what you have to do during the phase of design thinking, the first element, is something that for me is very difficult. You need to admit that you don't know. And you need to live with it for a time. For Polish teacher, saying I don't know in front of the classroom is something super, super difficult. Because we still are in a system when admitting that you're an adult teaching children and you don't know, you need to know. You're a Wikipedia. You just, push the button and it's there. We are living in a completely different times, but the system is still somewhere else. So design thinking tells you, you have to admit, you have to live with it, that even if you already named the problem, if you dig in it, maybe the problem will be different. And the solution is something you don't know yet. So this is the first element. And design thinking for the school purposes, because if you look at this model for business, you may add a few elements, is to empathize. What is empathizing? I don't know where the microphone is.
Well, if you enlarge the problem, then maybe it becomes more clear. Is that what you mean by emphasizing?
Yes, but with whom you should empathize to solve your problem best? With yourself, I have my limits, and maybe I should know that, because that's already a lot, but also with your target group. Because you may think you know your students, but you think you know your, whatever, target group, but maybe you don't. Maybe if you ask yourself a few questions like, what they are afraid of, where do they live, what do they hear every day, what do they see every day, how do they dress, what do they listen to, you may have some new insight about who you're really working with and what do they need. I'm not saying they know what they need, because people, many times they don't know what they need, but you may see through it. You as an educator, with your toolkit and with your knowledge, you may see through it. So before you have a solution, go back to your target group and check whether you have a bias inside of your head maybe already. Maybe you see them through their recent actions, what they did, the projects you've seen them, the situation you see them in, and try to look at them again, which is really sometimes a challenge, but it can be really, really opening. And there are tools to do that. I can share them with you if you want to, but the empathizing phase is very, very important. And you then try to identify what they really need. Be in their shoes. That's what exactly what you do. I can show you one tool because I have it. I don't know if you know Shrek. Do you know Shrek? Yeah. So you can take a gingerbread man, which is a very simple thing. You can make a gingerbread huge. You can put it in the middle and you can try to ask them questions and analyze together, try to put inside things. You can put your colleagues together and try to analyze a group you are targeting at. Like, try to make it and try to give it time and make an effort and put yourself in their shoes. Yeah, so this is the first element, but we are still in mistakes. So when you already try to see them through, you can go and you can, of course, do a research, you can make a survey, you can try also to investigate, you can ask questions, and then you analyze what you already have. Because when you try to teach about, because you said you have to look at yourself first. You have to admit at this stage that you don't know. That's the first mistake thing. Then we would like to ask you to analyze what you have and what you don't have, which is also very difficult because sometimes when we try to do a project, we just jump into it. And then maybe we don't have resources. And maybe we do have resources that we didn't discover. We just need to go through it and see who do we have and what do we have, what do we know about the group, and then we can jump into solutions. So there is the problem, then the analysis, and then we redefine the problem maybe, and then we go into solutions. Yep.
When you're looking at the resources, would you look at the obstacles at the same time? Because things that limit you, for example, if you have special needs present in your group, how to...
That's exactly what you do. Yeah, that's exactly what you do. Because so something we tell our teachers sometimes, you need to do something doable. Because if you try to solve everything at the same time, then at the very beginning you can see the failure coming. You can see the huge camel, Dromaderro, like pointing at you. Because when there is too much and you don't know what you have and what are your obstacles and you don't write them down, then you can try to avoid those mistakes that you don't need because you can see what you really can do. Maybe some things you can overcome, some things you can plan. But for me, for the mistakes, the important thing is I don't know. I open myself to different people, both inside of the team and the people I work for and I try to find a solution for. I listen to them, parking my ego and my biases, trying to really listen, because I know that in different heads, they have different stories. Then I go through resources, and then I test. This is something that kills Polish students that need to get A's and A's+. They don't show their work in progress. They don't test, because they are afraid of the feedback. If I show something that is unfinished, the unfinished is here. You can show him. This is the unfinished. His leg is wrong. This one, I think. Oh, this one. Yeah, the unfinished. This one. Yeah.
His tail is unfinished.
Yeah. We're going to talk about projects that we have in the drawers and we never finished, because this is also this. But children in Polish schools, I don't know about you, they show the result. And then when they receive feedback, they are absolutely killed. When you do something for 3 months and you polish it and you make it beautiful and then you go and you show and people say, not really, then this is really, really, really difficult. So what we tell our teachers is you need to show and receive and take it or not take it, but listen to it and get used to it, because then you go to work and you have your boss telling you that you did something wrong, and that's it. And from here we can go to the mental health crisis, we can go to many places, but this is what school should do. Prepare you, that people will tell you things about things you do, and you need to do something about it, and that's fine. And that enriches your work. It is not the attack at what you're doing. So what design thinking tells you? It tells you, open up. Open up and show what you do. This is something that for you it's maybe more obvious because you work on together on things, but in school this approach of opening is very difficult. So testing and prototyping and showing and trying, this is something that we really try to tell our teachers, but they're completely killed when we tell them, and then you go back to the beginning. Because maybe the solution that you came with would be different in 2 years' time because the circumstances will change. And you will need to repeat. And you will need to be alert. and you will need to change. So this ability to be flexible and to adapt, this is something that our times in general are demanding us to do. This is something that the design thinking framework teaches you, and that's why we are trying to put it inside of the school. Of course, we could do million exercises, but we have 85 minutes, so we won't. But before we go to practical stuff, I wanted to tell you and show you another model, because this is something that is very inside. But the circumstances, this is what capitalism tells us, that everything depends on us. We know it's not true, because there are different things that influence us. And I would like to show you another model that you can take, and together with the design thinking model, I think it makes sense and difference. Do you want the models also? Yeah, okay.
You can bring them to the back.
You can, yeah. Go to the more. You can take those. We will go to practical stuff now, but fancy a model? Go. Yeah. You want to take those also? You can take these also, because I think you don't have them. So going back, before we start with the socio-ecological model, and then we go to, I will divide you in groups, and you will do a real group exercise, hopefully, with the camels. I would like you to go back to your mistakes that you were analyzing. That this is exactly about not getting depressed and ashamed, and not feeling failed, and not feeling guilty if you retry, because you are human and you experience and you improve and you learn and you do better with any mistake you do, if you conclude and if you give the time of reflection. Reflection is something in today's society that is really excluded, because it takes time, and we don't have time. We need to hurry, and we need to do things. And if you reflect on this, then you can really develop. And what I now gave you is not the inside circle, but it's the outside circle of what influences you. And this socio-ecological model of health was created to show, like the onion, what are the elements that influence you when you try to do something with yourself within your community, because you have your community, you have then a larger group that you work and function it, then you have the laws and how your, for example, your educational system shapes you, then you have some international regulations that are also important, and all those things influence you and how you work every day. And how school could be an element of that. For me, it's very important that school, that is really the caregiver element, because children, they spend many hours with teachers at school, and we have to remember that. They spend this time with people who are not burnout, who are self-conscious, and who really want to teach, and this is something they do and they choose, not that they're condemned to do it. That's why we try to keep this circle here as well educated and as well in a well condition to help the children that don't have the social, cultural background good enough at home to function well and to benefit from it and to make it, a nutritious thing, to school be that element. And this is an element of trust. You come from different educational systems, so probably you have different experiences, and I hope we'll have chance now when we divide into groups to talk about it. But the fear and the lack of confidence that in Poland we have on every element, that we don't trust the institutions, we don't trust schools, we don't trust the ministries, we don't trust the government. This really starts from the very beginning, from the internal circle, and it goes up through all the capes. So I gave you this, so you can try also then to look through the elements. We don't have time for it, but you can try to look at the elements that are on every stage to see how it influences the mental health and the condition of children at school, and what we can do on every element of the circle to strengthen it. Because the strongest and the less fearful children are, and here we go to the mistakes, the better they feel at school, the safer they feel, the more willing they are to make mistakes and to learn. So raising fearless children will then be a very good thing, because they are going back to the society, creating again all the elements that we have in the socio-ecological model. Okay. Do you have any reflections at this stage? Do you need a microphone? Good girls. Thank you.
Yes, well, yeah, I'm a school teacher, but I was wondering, in your model here, where would you put the smartphones? Because all the kids at school have the smartphone, and where does that fit in your model?
I have the micro, thank you. The smartphone as itself, it doesn't fit there because it depends a lot on the system. I don't know how you have it. Do you have it regulated from on the level of the school, or you have it regulated on centrally?
Well, the schools, yeah, the students are not allowed to have smartphones at school, but they all have them anyway. Some parents have parental controls on the smartphones, but some of the kids don't mind because they have a second or third smartphone, and
fifth.
No, but I mean, where does this fit in the model? I understand that this whole theory has been developed and tested for years and years and years, but the smartphones have shown up like within the past 4 years, and it has changed things a lot. So how could we evolve the model that is shown here to include the smartphones?
I think that this is a discussion that is wider than this workshop. For us, I can tell you from my experience what we have discovered. The best things that works for us at schools, and I can look at you, maybe you also can bring examples, are to work with the children through the policy of use of the smartphone at school, and then make them follow the rules that they set by themselves. This is the best, like make them participate in setting the rules, and then they are more willing to follow. This is the best thing the most working things that I've seen. You can take the micro, and maybe you want to tell something, then I'm willing to.
Well, yeah, it's complicated because my students, a lot of them no longer want to answer or say anything in class because they're very afraid of being filmed while they answer, and they don't want their mistakes to be filmed and shown to everybody else. So that's why I mean, working with mistakes is interesting.
I think we could dedicate a whole other workshop to, in general, talk about digital hygiene and how to put it into the system, because we are trying actually to do it right now. The Polish Education Ministry is also trying to consider what to do with that. There are a lot of NGOs trying to push the general digital education into the school, but it's very difficult. So I think that's a huge challenge. That would be a workshop itself, but thank you for bringing it. Cell phones and digital hygiene in general. I think it's not only problem of children, it's also problem of teachers who overuse the phone and their modeling situations. So, yeah.
My suggestion would be to just call it environment, because it's also part of culture and society, since every culture and every society defines how okay it is to do it or not. In France, they have a very strict policy on cell phones at school. So there, they actually managed to deal with it in a way that, that the Germans envy them for.
There are some schools I know that, as you said, phones are forbidden. There are some that try to integrate phones into the curriculum. So they try to limit the use of your phone. You can do this, you can't do that. We were in Iceland on a study visit, and they had their own devices at school. So if you wanted to use a device, you had a device that they had at school already with a control inside already. But it's a huge subject. I know that the fear of the colleagues, and that if you have a FOMO because you don't know what's happening about you online when you're at school, that's a huge problem, and one of the bases of the relationship crisis in the classroom. In Poland, it's a problem. But yeah, I think it's super complicated. Okay, guys. So how about group work? What do you think? Could I include the people sitting there also? Yeah, you are willing to do it? Okay, so I'll bring my paper stuff, more paper stuff. Yeah, come on, yeah, please, come on. I need to know how much people I'm gonna have. Będę potrzebowała pomocy. Będzie 5 grup. Mam więcej, ale nie wiem, ile będzie osób. Musimy się powiedzieć na 5 grup. No, musimy wylosować. Więc... Yeah. You're participating. Yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Who else? 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's make it 16. No tak 16 kartek. Mam imperfekta. Tak. Czyli po... Na 5, po 3 i po 4. Dobra, 4 i 1, 3. Mhm. I to jeszcze ten? Wszystkie są? A unfinished? Jest? Yes, okay. That was difficult, but I managed. I need you to take one piece of paper out of here. Let's try. Okay. Yeah. I work with children also, so you know, lotteries, story of my life. Go, girls. Please. One, go. Yeah. Go. Up, one, here. Okay, guys, now you have only 2 left. We need to find the camel now. So what camel do you have? Here we have the awesome. So you take the awesome, and people who have the awesome, this is your group. The imperfect? You're the imperfect. This is the imperfect. And you have the unsuccessful. So you need, this is the unfinished. Who's the unfinished? Unfinished group. This is unfinished. This is the unnecessary. Who has the unnecessary? Unnecessary? Who's the unfinished? When there is unfinished. Unnecessary. This is your camel. Unsuccessful. Who is the unsuccessful?
Here we are the unsuccessful.
You have your unsuccessful camel here.
Oh, didn't make it. Oh no! Poor thing. It's like a dinosaur.
Who is in the unnecessary group? We need one person to be... You have your unnecessary. Yeah, you have your necessary anyway, guys. Okay, so find yourself a nice place. You can sit on the ground, you can sit on the chair, you can lie down, you can... Whatever you wish, just do it. Whatever you wish to feel comfortable. And now... What we are going to do now is we are going to dedicate these guys a little time, okay? So I will invite you first to see what you have, how it is done, and how does it reflect the name. So look at it and see what's in the shape, what's in the form, what's in the camel. That's in the mistake that you have received, okay? This is the first part. I will give you the instruction here so you can share. Go, girls. 4. I hope you have the most beautiful guy. Okay. So you have 15 minutes first to reflect and think what comes to your mind. What are your thoughts about this mistake? Do you have a story behind? Does it bring something to your mind? Do you have something that is unfinished in your drawer? Do you have a project that you started but you never ended up? Why? Do you have in your life a mistake that came up better than you previously thought? Without this mistake, it wouldn't be such a beautiful project. Do you have a story like that? Do you have something totally unsuccessful that you would like to share, but something that made you conclude and really learn? If you have something like that, try to reflect on it. The unfinished, the unnecessary, the imperfect. Something that wasn't perfect, but was good enough. Something that maybe made you learn something because you found in this imperfection something new for you. Try to think about it. Try to talk about the name and reflect and find something that you can present about the camel to whole the group. Okay? So what's the mistake? What's behind it? What's good about it? What can we teach from it? And how it is reflected in the form. Is this clear for you, or would you like me to explain something? We will do it in 10 minutes. We don't need 15. I think 15 is too much. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, but the second thing is that you need to present him to the group. So tell the group what the mistake is. Okay, and what's behind it, and what are the highlights of your conversation? But you will only have 2 minutes, and I will be awful, and I will show you some bad guys coming at you if you are over 2 minutes, okay? I have more of them. I have even Darth Vader, so it's not a joke.
It's like punishment.
Okay?
You're okay?
So, okay, let's do it.
I'm Wakana.
I'm Gabriel.
So Switzerland, Japan. Like 2 minutes each first.
No, first you have a normal conversation, and then you only have 2 minutes to present.
To everyone.
To everyone. Yeah, you can choose one person and you can talk all together as you wish. Just try to tell us, like, what's the unsuccessful? What the kind of mistake is it? What does it mean?
Shall we remember our personal stories and share inside, or we?
You shall do whatever you want to sell your camel best to the group. If you think the story is worth it, you can.
Here or
To the whole group.
first within, then outside?
Yeah, so first discuss it and then share it.
Where are you from?
Jak na mnie?
Actually, where I'm from, Germany, and we represent
Do you need me to answer anything? We are good? Okay. I know, and that's what I thought it's going to be. It's okay. Yeah, okay. Whatever you need, just tell me.
because somehow stressed out by the amount of various needs I was exposed to, because I was trying to do it right for every individual child in that group, and it totally wore me out. So after that, I just became a translator, a tutor, and a ghostwriter, because I could not deal with trying to divide my attention in 20 little slices, because some people are a lot more demanding. As you know, you are a teacher, chapeau. So I failed on that one.
Maybe you wanted something else. You probably opened a new path, which is really.
He's a dromedar, actually.
And the thing is, I now make my money by
Okay.
finding mistakes when I lecture stuff, when I translate stuff. Like, my task is actually pick the hair and the fly out of the soup, which is a lot easier than trying to keep the world together for 20 or 25. How large is your class usually?
Well, it depends on the grade, and it
Okay, it
depends
depends on the age.
the students, or
But you have at least 18 to 20
between-
kids to deal with usually, right?
between 10, 12, or 20, 24, 26. It depends on
Alone or with a second teacher?
alone.
Yes.
I don't like being two teachers because it's extremely difficult when there's two adults.
Yeah, because they
Because
have to also.
Okay.
the students then they play one adult against the other. They're very good at that. It's like, you know, when kids growing up, the parents are divorcing or separated, the children usually play them one against each other. When you're like,
This is very school environment.
there's an authority problem, and the students usually take it.
Because it's
We can make it from how to the camel.
Well, I don't see why it's unsuccessful. I like this guy. I mean, this camel is a model, is a special racing model because it runs a lot faster on two legs. You know, it's four legs.
that's very interesting.
That's true, but
And
If you can
it's a lot more
stand properly,
flexible.
right?
No,
It's a
but
lot more flexible.
when we look at the unsuccessful thing, so it can be job related.
This is my favorite
parents
camel.
break up.
Yeah.
It can be. It can be private nature because.
That's so interesting. Yeah. Okay.
This as something that is not being successful either.
No, I'm just saying that it's the way the students, I mean, you ask for two teachers for the class or one teacher.
So, like the first question, like, what are your first thoughts and feelings? So maybe like, if I look at this camel, the first I see two legs, and then I try to remember. Okay, so camels have usually four legs. So this is something wrong, like something not as.
This is so interesting.
So
Okay.
I find the mistake. But then, did you experience a camel-like situation in your life?
We make them travel to schools. We send them all to school, and we make children reflect exactly on the same thing. Like when I make a mistake that is unnecessary, what do I do about that? Do I get depressed, or do I try to move forward, analyze? Yeah, yeah. But sometimes kids are very okay. I'm not gonna do it again. I'm not gonna do it again. That's it. Yeah. So how to make them?
Pretty hard, but this guy has a lot more weight.
But did you experience a camel-like situation?
Standing in front of a class of 20 kids was like this.
Same Poland.
Yes, I actually
Yeah.
my voice and I had to quit. So that was a job-related stress thing. But I bet that in relationships, some people feel like that too.
You can make your own mistakes for children and bring them to the classroom. It's really children very like something that is touchable, that they can really, you know, like take it. So if you want to steal the idea, this is open. Collaboration of the open, steal it.
Like for it to work, you usually need to have one teacher for the student. I thought your question was for
Yeah, but
two teachers. No.
Kamel is like Wikipedia. What's going on here?
Because why is it unsuccessful? Because it's missing two legs.
Yeah, it's missing two legs.
Yeah,
They're missing. They're like real small there. I mean, see, you're saying they're missing. I'm saying it's no.
So we focus on something that is not present.
it's like something missing. That's why it's unsuccessful, this camel is. But he tried, so.
Because we're comparing it to an ideal
Ale
camel.
fajnie, ale lubię.
And a camel has to have four legs.
Under social pressure, it's kind of bad. I mean, I know that I've been to Japan before, and the social pressure that's also.
If you don't fit it in, yeah.
If you don't do what you're supposed to be doing, difficult.
I have goosebumps because in Ukraine, like so you said about social
Oddam im
pressure,
każdej
we
grupie
have,
na koniec
big
prezentacji.
traditions of family. So
Okay.
like big families, and usually especially it's related to gender gap. So like to women. So if you're a woman who are like more than 20, more than 25 years old, or more than 30,
should be
like
married?
you should be married.
Guys, is 4 more minutes okay?
People are like, so when?
4,
When?
okay? Yeah.
You shouldn't be living alone, or you should like travel, or like. So when? Like, what are you supposing? How long? When? When are you doing
you have a
that?
partner?
Do you have like plans? When are you doing kids with your partner?
That's a
so
good
this is
example.
actually something that because people compare you to
4 minutes left, okay? 4 minutes, 4 minutes.
Stereotype.
wedding, and if something is different, like a girl like, has a different orientation, or different plans, or child-free, or traveling adventures, it's something
bisexual.
bisexual. Like what?
Yeah. We do a lot of international projects. We do stuff in English, yeah.
So we
Yeah. School with Class Foundation. We are called.
normal picture, and then we kind of try to see was wrong.
So what's his name?
His name? Unsuccessful. Any name?
I co mówi?
Do you know how he looks and what his name is? So his name? Do we name him?
Why is it a he and not a she?
I know.
2.5 minutes left. 2.5 minutes left for you and your camels.
Well, 2 months, right?
Where are you from, Gabriel?
Geneva?
Będę potrzebowała, żeby ktoś pilnował czasu.
Well, my,
2 minuty na grupę, żeby ktoś koło mnie stał i albo pokazywał z Woli, albo pilnował czasu.
So your mother tongue is also French?
no, no, it's actually English.
Możesz sobie, to są wszyscy.
I was also trying to take some accent and
I
Gabriel could be Gabriel.
I learned
Or Italian.
I learned how
1.5 minutes left. Get your presentation ready, as you will have only 2 minutes.
schools in Geneva.
We have
So,
to see what we're presenting.
so what's her name? Her. Her. Look, that's three women in the group, one man, so it's a she. So what's her name?
Who would like to present? Because we
Lucy
have
the camel.
all of them.
Oh, Lucy the camel is
This is Lucy.
Okay,
You gonna present?
I can do it.
Do you want to do it?
Yes, I can say that. For one thing, we have the job-related unsuccessful thing with my little story, and then we have the family or relationships typical expectation where you both say yes, you know that.
The social pressure.
Social pressure.
No, meaning the obligation to conform
Yeah.
to a certain ideal, or what people call an ideal.
Okay.
But
beautiful said.
I think it looks cute. It's like
looks
a
like an
chicken.
ostrich.
It's a chicken for the desert, you know.
Actually, it's a great
If they think about mistakes, what comes to their mind? Yeah, so you have positives and negatives and
see the cuteness
Yeah.
in it. We can just get away from the stereotypes and see the beauty.
So this is Lucy.
Okay, guys, we are going slowly. We have half a minute.
It's like a bird, you know, like when you.
So we actually can start to comparing it
ancestor-
with birds, and it will be like successful bird. Although it doesn't fly.
Yeah, if it would be an emu or something.
But his
Gdzie są
ancestor
krówki?
was
Były krówki. Gdzie są krówki?
So
No
actually,
to daj, ja je wezmę.
just go
Tyrannosaurus
away with
Rex.
the from the stereotypes and start seeing something new in it. This is how we can heal the way of looking at this.
I'm surprised you seem to be very young to be under that kind of pressure. They already
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what do we have. I will have my beautiful assistant Aneta helping me with this one, as we have a lot of things to handle. So the situation now will be, we will ask the group to present. Then if you are getting close to 2 minutes, you will get Cruella de Vil. You will get the scar from Lion King. That was the one I was really afraid of when I was little. I don't know about you, but like, yeah. The Joker. The Joker we have double because we have also the Joker on the T-shirt, so he is here very present. This is something very European. Who knows the Smurfs? So this is Gargamel. He was trying to eat the little blue people, the Smurfs, and he had a cat. Okay, he's a really bad person. And Darth Vader, which is probably a very international situation. So now we're gonna have 2 minutes, and we're gonna do it like this. The group presents, then we will have a little chat if you would like to add something, compliment or something, or have a reflection, and then we will follow until all the people present. Okay? So who would like to start? The microphone. Maybe we'll start here. Okay, can we? We were at the same time. Here's your microphone. Who's the presenter?
I will be the first presenter.
Okay, so the time is on.
Okay, so the name of our camel is The Imperfect. The tagline, I'm ready to be wrong. And first, the description of the camel itself. It has too many the imperfection may come from the fact that it has too many of the humps, right? So probably that's not the correct thing here, but then we thought maybe that's not an imperfection, because when the camel has so many extra parts, it can carry more water, and also maybe it can transport more. One of us suggested that maybe the whole family could sit on the different parts of the camel and move around. And also it's a bit more stylish this way. Maybe it's a little bit punk rock, you know, it's maybe it's not a bug, it's a feature. So that's maybe it's not about embracing the imperfections. Maybe it's actually the way, maybe it's better that way, but we also have a story.
This is Wikipedia camel, because in the beginning, when Jimmy Wales founded Wikipedia, he hadn't a plan what would become the encyclopedia we have today. And we think that the person who made this camel didn't have the idea what to do. The person just started and produced and made this like Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is imperfect. We can always improve it. It's made by design, not perfect.
Super. Woo! Anything else?
And the Wikipedia is always expanding, as the camel also is. So, yeah.
Maybe he reproduces like this, that you just, like, cack, and you have a new camel. Could be. Thank you so much. We have some sweets for you as a, you need to now withdraw your energy. You have the School with Class logo on it. So, anyone with any additional comments here? In the classroom, to bring an imperfect camel is sometimes very important, because it opens up to everybody being imperfect, and it's really as a factor that prevents, exclusion in the classroom and like opening up on the subject. You can bring an imperfect camel, and it's easier to talk through a metaphor than sometimes to open up through a real story. So it is also an element of classroom environment that you can use, if you're a teacher, and we have a few. Okay, any comments on this beautiful imperfect camel? And we can, okay. Girls and boys, here's your microphone. Who's the speaker? Okay, and time is, oh, you're gonna be here.
I just want to see the time. That's the thing. Hi, we have the unsuccessful. We gave him the name Lucy. He's missing 2 legs. Oh, I'm sorry. He's missing 2 legs.
You can show him.
It's the unperfect. And the problem with this camel is that he's not balanced. He cannot really walk straight. He's gonna maybe tip over. And this is something that we all face in life. Because we were talking about what would be unsuccessful to us. Where I'm from, Germany, success is always business related. So you're unsuccessful when you fail. This is me. I'm your failure. I studied to be a teacher. I'm fully trained. I never taught, because I was just overwhelmed by being confronted with the needs of 20 different people. I couldn't deal. It was too much. I couldn't cope. I almost lost my voice. And now my job is to be a translator, a ghostwriter, and a lecturer who finds the mistakes of others, and thus makes her money with that. But the other side of being imperfect is the relationship and family side. The other women from our group are from the Ukraine and from Japan, and they say they've been exposed to that social pressure. It's like, as a woman, when you reach a certain age, it's like, okay, what about your family situation? Oh, you don't have a husband, you don't have kids, why not? It's like the social pressure about not fitting in is created by the stereotype of expectation to be like everyone else. As soon as you're not, or if you failed in your job, well, it's not perfect.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any comments? Anyone? Here.
It's I can say it. Yeah, it's very interesting when I think she said it it doesn't have two legs, but when I saw it, in my mind, it didn't have to have the other two legs. I felt like it was almost complete because I can see, and maybe relating it, it somehow looked like an ostrich, you know.
Or a chicken!
Or a chicken. But if you look at an ostrich and the feathers and the, you know, I think it's called a plume, it's you can feel it's too heavy for you for the legs. Yeah, that's what, so that was my comment when she said, "Oh, it's missing two legs." I was like, "Oh, I didn't think it needed two more legs." Yeah, yeah.
And from that, like chickens is what is left of Tyrannosaurus Rex, and so it's a very powerful animal, even though now we eat it, but before it would have ate us, and so respect to the chickens.
When I was little, I always was thinking whether they had 2 or 4, and until now I had to think, like, do the chickens, they have 2 legs or 4 legs, really? So, yeah. Thank you so much. The krówki. Okay. Sugar is always a good idea. Who's next? Girls?
Thank you.
We didn't even use one of them because you're keeping up to time. That's
So we have the unfinished. See, he's missing a paw, and yeah, it makes us feel. He wants to go on, but he cannot. He's always falling down. He wants to go on and on. No, he cannot. He's having something deep with him. That reminds us we have something deep, heavy in it. It's make us think heavy. I cannot go on because something is missing, and he's got this paw missing. He cannot go. He's sad. He's what? Do something to me, and I cannot. Well, I'm not finished. I'm not happy. I'm not happy because I'm always this pauses. I cannot. Something is heavy for me. We have maybe a.
Yeah, and we compared it with the goals that we are setting for us. For example, for me, it was the some other language learning, and I set a goal, but I didn't accomplish it during that time that I wanted to. So now I feel sometimes ashamed to myself, like that I didn't accomplish the thing that I promised to myself. And also we shared about the hobbies that we have, that sometimes we really want to do so, but something is not driving us to continue, or we don't have enough motivation. And of course we can live without it. That's the same as the camel can live without the forest leg, and the same as we can live without our hobbies or some other goals, but we will be feeling like unfinished with it. Yeah, so that, yeah, and unhappy, like mentally.
So long story short, we can relate it to our life. If we want to finish something, we need to have extra motivation and spirit so that we can finish our goals and our hobbies and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments on the unfinished? Guys, do you need some sugar? After all the presentations, I will tell you a little bit about the school context, but we have 2 camels left. Yeah? Okay, the awesome.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll make a summary of. We had 3 points of view, and the first one is like, there is a lot happening with this camel. It has a little bit of everything. You can't even tell sometimes it's a camel. It has like a horn and wings and a nice sweater. And when we were talking about this, my personal view is that I don't see anything wrong with this camel. It depends on how do you find a mistake, because it's hard to start from there. I arrived late, but basically the idea is it's kind of over the top, overdone, and kind of messy as well. Like the sweater is like ragged and so on. And so we believe that the name is very appropriate for the camel, the awesome. You know, it's like I came out better than I planned. But then with that word, the planned word, it's like when you plan something, you're also hoping to reach a point, right? Like you want to arrive somewhere. And that point of arrival is an expectation. And so in my way of seeing the world, I shared with the group, expectation is a prison. When you set up an expectation, then you can fail. So if you don't have expectations, then you cannot be disappointed. And so that's why I personally couldn't see this camel as a mistake. But then our friend, we were talking about in which situation we were over the top. Like we did more maybe than what we wanted. And the only experience we had was the experience of him that he said that in a presentation he had a difficult task and he made like oh, my time ran out. Well, he made a very beautiful sheet, and so I'm not afraid of that one, but a very beautiful sheet, and then it was...
Try another one.
Yeah, well, Darth Vader maybe. And it was overdone, and people focused more and couldn't work, so being over the top removes a bit of pragmatism sometimes, and you're not focused, and still it's beautiful, but maybe you couldn't do as much work efficiently if it would have been toned down.
And leave him as imperfect, for example.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope it was a fair...
Okay. Do you need sweets? All right. That always works with kids. Okay, yeah. You can take two then. Okay. Okay, and the last one. This is my favorite. He's very sad, but I think he's so beautiful. Okay, guys.
Okay, so this is the unnecessary camel. So actually, when I see this camel as a school teacher, imagine this camel comes to my class and I can see that it invokes some frustration when I see this camel because, for example, I ask this camel, okay, for you to come to the class, just bring 2 hams or something like this. But then apparently, when this camel come to my class, there's another ham tree and then it's at its belly. So it's for some time when as a teacher, we expect perfection when we want from the students. For example, okay, I want all of you to bring this item to the class, but then sometime when the day comes, the student bring a lot of stuff that doesn't really required for the class because in the classroom we have limited amount of time, but then sometimes when they ask unnecessary questions and others, and it makes our plan doesn't really fit with what's the lesson plan that we have come up. But then when I think about it, even though it's called an unnecessary, but try to think, why did the student come up with all of these questions? Why did they bring this type of items that we didn't really ask them to bring to the class? When I think of it, maybe that's their own view, their own point of view. Maybe it's not what we have expected, what in our mind, because maybe due to our age gap, maybe they have a more wider view of the world. Maybe we as a teacher, we are maybe a little bit imperfect, but then we are here to teach them. So I think that's why when I see this camel, I think it's not really that bad to have unnecessary stuff in the class. Maybe it enlives the class better. Thank you.
Thank you. So these are the 5 writers of Apocalypse. Thank you so much. So in the classroom, each of them has its own function, but as you have showed me today, you can use them also in different contexts. As an imperfect, for example, trying to integrate, trying to show that we are diverse, and that's fine, and that's beautiful, and that we are different. And you can use the idea of the animals, or you can create your own if you work with children and young, but sometimes with adults also. We are here working with camels. To make a metaphor, to make a reflection on ourselves, our biases, our way of thinking. And what we did today, we used the design thinking process, and we used a model of socio-ecological model of health to see a little bit what's the framework for it. Because we can talk about mistakes, but sometimes it's good to have something to hold on to, just to see how to operate, even if there is more outside. It gives you something you can have and you can hold on to. So this was my idea, to a little bit show you how you can travel with mistakes, taking something that is a very popular way of working, especially in business, and making it your own. Because if we had more time, we could dive into how David Kahneman thought about slow and fast thinking, and how we could see that through design thinking process. How holding the biases that we have and the ideas that comes to our mind and letting ourselves immerse into something we don't know can create new things in our heads. And then we need that fast thinking, that's okay. But if we let this slow sometimes, that really can make a difference. So we did the design thinking, we did the socio-ecological model, we talked a little bit about the school, then we did the camels. We saw through the different camels, and we had 5 of them, and we could see how they can move you into reflection. The unfinished projects that we have in our drawers, but are never finished, as you said, our hobbies, languages that we never learned, people we never became. And although we become more projects like this, we accumulate in our drawers, really. The awesome, that is, they didn't touch the camel. All of you, you had the camels on your, on your knees, and this one is like a saint. He's so beautiful. Yeah.
The reason why we all felt we want to put it there to look at it, to appreciate its beauty, and we did make that observation that we hid it actually. Everyone was holding them, and we were like, we want to.
But this was you gave a lot of beautiful insights into that. But sometimes really you do something, and you do something that you didn't plan, maybe not wrong, and you look at it and you think, whoa, that's amazing. That's amazing. I didn't think that would come like this is the representation of it. Then we have the imperfect, the Wikipedia camel. That is just like it is, like all of us. There is nothing that he's not the beautiful this, but he's very human, very normal, and he can serve as a metaphor for many things. We have the unnecessary, something that we think we can we should eliminate. Yeah.
I noticed something. The unnecessary is the only one that actually looks at the camera. And it's so funny, but I couldn't see the belly, and it's also probably the one that's pregnant. So it's kind of taking care of the baby, and I don't know. Well, it seemed like very necessary.
Okay, so, and the unsuccessful, that we think that we failed, that there is something wrong, that like this is the end of our lives and probably nothing will be better. Never. This is something he's something to overcome and to understand that he's also the part of our lives. And now we have 5 minutes left, so it's not a lot. And my idea was for you to choose a card from cards that are here, a card that would reflect something that you take from the workshop, one thing. And for goodbye round, just to say 1 or 2 words that you take with you. But we really have a little time, so you can take the card, but you don't have to. We will just make a very quick round of saying, what am I taking, okay? So if you need a visual representation, take it. If not, just 30 seconds, and we will just close what we did here, okay? There were a lot of visuals, so I can understand that some people can feel overwhelmed also. Do you have something on your mind and I can, for example, handle you something? If there is something that is a metaphor for you of you're taking from the workshop and you want to take it, you can take it. If you have something you're taking from the workshop that's in your head, that's absolutely fine. Here you have the music and different. Okay, so if you already have your card, just sit down so we can make it quick because we are being told that our time is running and we have to hurry up. And we will gonna make it popcorn method. You know the popcorn method? Who breaks first, talks first, okay? It's like you pop first, then if you pop first, you're the first one to speak, okay? Like the popcorn. Who's the first popcorn seed? Yep.
Yeah, I take the word metaphor. I took this card, which is like the hair of a person, like ladies.
Thank you.
I chose the I because I think whether something is unnecessary or not always depends on the view. And I thought it was really interesting that last group said something about unnecessary questions. There are none.
Thank you.
Can I choose the hands? I really liked your metaphor about being empathetic to people, to yourself, and also to show the work that is in process, not the finished one. So like to be kind to yourself and not be afraid to show what you're doing without being afraid of getting feedback.
Thank you. Beautiful, thank you. You want to be next popcorn? Yeah.
Well, I took this card just to show that there are multiple points of view when trying to find a solution to a problem.
Thank you. You want to? Yep. We can follow if you're ready. That will be faster maybe, yeah? It depends on the voice, yeah. So.
Hello. So I picked this card because it reflects on myself, where I always overthink of something and I always think of want to achieve everything, but I can't do it if I always try to do everything in one time. So I think in this life we just have to enjoy the process and do one step at a time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have this card with the girl, and here it seems like she has different feelings, but he feels like harmony inside. And for me, it means that it's fine to feel differently and to respect each side of you. And yeah, you need to find a balance and to feel well.
Thank you.
I took the leaves coming down in the autumn, in the winter, and coming up again in spring. I mean, every year I can start again. I have not finished in the winter, but spring is coming back again, and I'll try again. And I'm gardening a lot, so I'm experiencing it every year.
Thank you. Beautiful metaphor. Yep.
An image of a girl at the window. My two words are active observer.
Thank you.
Okay, so I took a card with cats looking in different directions because I like to hear the different points of view and different approaches to describing the camels and the stories here in the groups.
Thank you.
As a teacher, I must stop in looking for students something smaller, but maybe diamond.
Yeah, you're a teacher. We will talk afterwards.
Okay, I chose this card because this really illustrates well what happened in my classroom. It's really messy, very unorganized. But then when I think of it, sometimes we don't really need to follow by the book all of the time. Sometimes imperfection makes something we learn more from the class. So that's what I think based on this card.
Thank you.
I took this one majorly because we got a offline session, and I think that my words would be breathe and get inspired.
Okay. Are we finished? Anyone else? Just to close the workshop, these cards were created also in cooperation with the artists. So we open up with the camels and we close with the poster and the drawer that created those. These are mindfulness cards to practice mindfulness. And I wish you a mindful day. Thank you so much for participating. And if you want more sweets, they are here. Guys, I didn't give you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Go, 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 yeah. There plenty of them. I will put them here while I'm cleaning.
Some things are meant to be. I was meant to walk into the
Did you have fun?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm so happy. Thank you very much.
Can we start now? Or like, are we waiting for something? Or, I mean, we are good. All right. In this case, I got green light to start. I was also told we have apparently extra time. So, well, I will know a bit more when the timer starts here. But welcome everybody. I am Piotr Konieczny, and on behalf of myself and my co-author, Shani Evenstein-Sigalow, I'll be talking about the Wikipedia in education with the particular focus on what do teachers think about this. Unfortunately, Shani couldn't make it here today. Her flight got cancelled twice, and sadly, she tries to join us online, but I was also told she's having computer trouble, so well, if she appears on the screen, then we know her trouble were fixed, at least digitally, but if not, well, I know she really wanted to be here, but she couldn't. Okay, so this is my small note about who is taking up your time. We are talking about some, I hope, really cool stuff, which is again what teachers think about Wikipedia in higher education, or roughly in education in general, but our research is pretty much focused on the higher education. We surveyed instructors, almost all of them were in the higher education setting, so pretty much this is what we are going to talk about it. Now, as you know, there have been quite a lot of studies in the past done on Wikipedia in education. And we know certainly that students are interested in them, that they have various educational benefits. But what me and Shani decided to do was to look at what about teachers? What do teachers, educators, and so on actually think about this assignment? Because in all the quite a few studies we have about educational benefits of Wikipedia in education, of students' thoughts on this, on practical guides, how to actually do this, on many cool things you can do with students in class. Well, we found that pretty much nobody looked in any depth at what do teachers actually think about it. Do they like it? Do they maybe have some issues with this? What can we make better for the teachers? So this is pretty much what I'm going to be talking about, and also on some other data we got while we are doing survey of quite a few people. Maybe some of you even here were kind enough to reply to our emails and survey requests. So again, I want to thank everybody who did so and invite you to take part in surveys in the future. They are useful things. All right. So what is the purpose of our research? Again, as I said, investigating what do teachers think and the educators think about Wikipedia in education, because we are doing our research shortly after the end of the corona pandemic. We also looked into this briefly, but this is not the main focus, but I will make a few comments about how did corona pandemic affected our entire setting. So now let's take a look at some more specific things, a few more notes. Again, we hope that our research, what I'm going to be talking about, will be useful from the perspective of open education, which of course open and so on are the themes of Wikimania and our broader movement. And again, doing things on Wikipedia and teaching with Wikipedia, as Darek said in today's opening keynote, is something that really all educators should be doing. Also, if they were all doing, we'll be overwhelmed with student assignments. So maybe let's just hope we are going to moderately increase the educators' involvement with Wikipedia, because otherwise, well, we would need some big revolution. Now, what are we going to actually find out here? Well, something about educators' retention is certainly one of the cool findings here, but first, let's talk about the basic demographics. So when we looked into who is teaching with Wikipedia, we see that there is no significant bias, gender bias among educators. In fact, more teachers, at least in our survey, are female than male. So this is something that is worth noting. Again, we know that a lot of Wikipedia suffers from gender bias. We have much fewer women contributors, much less coverage about women topics. I think many people know about this. But at least in the education, in the practice of who is using Wikipedia in education, we can see that this doesn't seem to be a problem. At least based on our responses, we do have some limitations because of who replied. First, a small note on the age. In the age, we see a pretty much random distribution. People are replying, both people who have started their teaching careers, as well as some seniors, more senior educators. So with regards to the age, people who are teaching with Wiki are both young and old. We do not see, and some people expected that we would see mostly young educators using Wikipedia. No, it seems like there is no big correlation between age and teachers who use Wikipedia. What we do have noticed, and that may be partially because of how our research was designed. I mean, we are trying to reach to the global community, but almost everybody who answered our questions came from United States. We did have a few hundred replies, so it was not a tiny sample. We tried to reach the global communities through various listservs, educational discussion groups, and so on. But as you can see from the big blue parts of the chart, most of the responses we got were from the United States. So now, does it mean that most of the research of the teaching with Wikipedia is really happening in the US, or for some reason that we still are not sure about exactly what it is? We just couldn't get in touch with teachers doing it elsewhere. This is something for the discussion later. I think from what I know, also seeing these educational activities done in different projects, such as Chinese, Korean, Polish, and so on, it does, I think, unfortunately, represent the truth that most of the educational activities are happening in English. And this is one of the things we think we should try to change, get more outreach to non-English part of our community with regards, yes, you can use Wikipedia in education. So this is one of our conclusions here at the very beginning. And here, again, you can look at our data online in a short while. Now, how do people learn about teaching with Wikipedia? We find out that they mostly, interestingly, learn about it from colleagues. To a lesser degree, they learn from Wiki education or at conferences. But a lot of people, again, almost pretty much a third of those who replied to us said, I learned about teaching with education from a colleague. So this is also a message to all of you here and listening to me. Well, tell your colleagues that they can do this. It's cool. If they hear it from you, it comes with social capital, and they are more likely to do it than, if they just read it in some paper and so on. People do learn about it from papers, but actually this is a very small number. As somebody who writes papers about this, I'm somewhat disappointed. Only 3.5% of people told they learned about this from academic papers. So, well, yes, I guess talking like this is more useful. One of the funniest things we found, almost 10% of people claim they have invented this on their own. Good job. It also means that this is something that many smart minds think alike. They think we can do this, and they create this from scratch, maybe later finding out we have community and tools. But again, 10% of our respondents said they invented this teaching with Wikipedia on their own. Later, of course, they might have found out they weren't the first. But again, good job. Maybe even some of you here started this without community support, which we are now trying to make much more common. Most educators usually who applied taught only about 1 or 2 courses. There are some people who taught more, 7, 8, and so on. But most people who applied just started dabbling with this. But as later you will see, they are still trying to do more. Also, most of people who replied to us come from social sciences or humanities. The sciences and generally the entire STEM sector is, I think, significantly underrepresented here. As you can see, about 2/3, if not about 3/4 of people who reply to us are from the softer side of the sciences, which leads to another small conclusion. It seems that our outreach to the STEM sector is not that good. We can make some improvements here and try to get more teachers from math, physics, and all the other STEM topics interested in what we are doing. Maybe to some degree this is because what we are doing here, we are more closer to social sciences than physical sciences, and this represents our networks, like our colleagues are more likely to be in social science and humanities. And as you have seen from the previous graphs, this is how we are spreading in the education environment. So again, maybe we need to make more friends in the hard sciences, reach out to them more. This is something to think about. All right. Now, what about the assignments? The assignments that people seem to prefer are usually a semester-long activity. Something like writing or creating articles, and that it's not a short activity. It accounts for a portion of the final grade. What portion it varies. And again, it involves primarily contributions to Wikipedia. So those are things that students do. They are expanding, reviewing, and creating articles on Wikipedia. Adding media is relatively rare, and I'm a bit surprised about this. I mean, I think adding media, uploading pictures to Commons, making infographics in particular, and so on, is a pretty cool activity, but it's not something that seems to be happening. This accounts only for few percentage of the educational activity, which I think is actually a missed opportunity again, because Wikipedia needs good illustrations, infographics, and so on in particular. Students actually have good skills here, but we are not using them. So this is something I will highlight as I think another form of imbalance in what we are having students to do, or in this case, what we are not having them to do. All right. Now, what else do we know about the assignments? They require about few hours of class time. And again, as I mentioned, they account for a portion of the final grade. Actually, here we have numbers, about 25% of the final grades on average comes from the wiki assignment when we look at what people are doing with this. Now, they are also not optional, as again, some of you may know from practice, telling students you could do it on Wikipedia or not will result in them not doing this usually on Wikipedia. So again, if you want to have Wikipedia assignment in class, make sure that students have to do it. Otherwise, unfortunately, they will often choose the easy way out and avoid doing things on Wikipedia. And again, here I have some slides that I'm zooming in so people online can review them in more detail before our publications. Now, interestingly, about half of the educators who have engaged with Wikipedia in class have done edits to Wikipedia before. And also about the same number replied that they kept making edits to Wikipedia as volunteers and so on after the class. So this is an interesting, again, I think, note that for many people, engagement with Wikipedia in class comes after actually the fact that they start making them elsewhere. Maybe, again, related to how they found out about it. About half of the educator, I would say, also follow what I think personally are best practices, which is they ask students to do what they have done themselves, which also means that about half of the educators ask students to do things they have not done themselves and may not know how to do them. Also about half the educators discuss assignments in class. We do think that this is related again to the success or failure ratio in, again, assignment success. Also, we need to work on our data a bit more, but if you don't discuss the assignment in class, if you ask students to do things you don't know yourself, we think that may lead to more failure in the assignments. So again, we think best practices involve knowing what students do and being able to help them because you have done the same things yourself and have demonstrated them. A few more things about what the students do. Students primarily work in sandboxes, not in the evil, terrible draft space. Sorry, I have biases against draft space. Apologize here to any fans of the draft space. I know it's necessary. But for the educational assignments, we know it doesn't work. I mean, we don't use draft spaces because we cannot wait months for the students' work to be reviewed from in the draft space. So again, fortunately, for various reasons, most educators have figured out that draft spaces are not for us and students work in sandboxes. Fortunately, also now students use Visual Editor, and of course this is a major improvement over having them coding things in the past. We know Visual Editor is not perfect, but it certainly makes things easier for the average person out there, and the students are generally your average people. And this is also related, we believe, to why students say, and instructors, that, well, engaging with Wikipedia has some issues, but they are learning how to code or Wikipedia code is no longer a major issue. If you recall from 10 or so years ago, some early research on this, on Wikipedia in education, we had some complaints about, well, it's cool, but learning how to code MediaWiki and so on was a problem. Well, it's no longer a problem these days. So here's for the Visual Editor and the slow but steady progress in trying to make wiki interface a bit better. Interestingly, students do not work in groups. And this is surprising because we generally tend to think Wikipedia is all about collaboration. Students are supposed to work in groups because they learn, collaboration skills, but no, actually most of the assignments are not done in groups. And again, this is curious, and I have to say, I don't really know exactly why. I was expecting to find that they mostly will work in groups, but they don't. And we would be happy to hear from some of you later in the discussion. Maybe you will have some insight into why individual assignments are more common than groups. Peer review is common. Again, that's best practices, right? It's good to have students review one another work, review various things, and this is fortunately what is often happening in the wiki assignments. And this is also true for presentations and reflexive papers. We don't just assign students to write on the wiki, we also want them to discuss about this, think about why it's beneficial for their career, for the world, and so on, and this is generally done. So good job us, I guess, as far as talking about educators, and quite a few things seem to be working out with what we are doing. Now I will talk about the tools and materials we have that we provide for educators and so on, and what we as educators, on the other hand, think about this. So we have some good tools, but also quite a few tools that don't seem to be very popular or known about. First, so for example, we have the dashboard tool developed by our coders at the Wiki Foundation and later the Wikiedu, and this is a very good tool. The dashboard tool is very popular, people generally like it. Sage will be talking about this later. Sage is in the audience, and he'll be telling people more about the dashboard. So if you don't know about the dashboard, make sure to stop at Sage's presentations later, because this is a tool that I use, many people use, and we are happy with this. On the other hand, where we have identified a big gap, at least we think it's a big gap, are video tutorials. People cannot find them, they are obsolete, they are not well categorized. I personally looked at categorization of them on Commons and it's a mess. And yes, people generally say, we would love to have good video tutorials for my students, for myself, and we are failing at providing them. I know people are trying to do them, but again, there's some kind of failing, at least when it comes to people, again, complaining about this. They don't think we are doing a good job here. So for those working on this, we need more good video tutorials. People want them. What else? Brochures, portals have limited impact. We used to have some printable brochures. I recently learned that it's becoming less common, at least outside United States. Maybe this is the reason people are saying, well, we don't really use them, we don't have them. Even though PDFs are online, again, maybe this partially people don't know how to find our PDFs, people don't want to print them. Many other things have also limited impact. People don't know about them. For example, the educational portal at outreach.wikimedia.org/wiki/education. Most of our respondents said we don't know it exists. What works here? Certainly the help from staff, in particular, I believe Wikiedu is doing a very good job. Those who work with Wikiedu in United States and Canada are pretty happy with what Wikiedu is doing. Good job, guys. If you are here from the Wikiedu, you are doing good job. Now, please help the rest of the world, because Wikiedu is mostly focusing on United States and Canada, and we really need some kind of, I think, outreach to the rest of the world, which kind of goes back to the slides earlier where I showed this is something that's mostly done in United States, people in Canada, people in US and Canada are quite common in doing this assignment. The rest of the world, I think, is not supported well enough, and this is something we should try to change. There are also people who say volunteers are helpful, but not as much as the dedicated staff. So this is something to consider. I mean, there's a reason why Wikiedu and so on exist, because volunteers can only do so much. And I mentioned again, quite a few other things are generally having very little impact, and there's a big list here of things that, for various reasons, are not particularly seen as useful, or for the most part are generally not seen as all. We have newsletters, we have educational notice boards, we have listserv, we have various community design tools. I even designed some myself. They are on Wikipedia pages. The social media is generally not visible. People don't use this, and anything done that's not in English is also reported as not being particularly useful. So there are a lot of things here. I will just quickly go through the slides, because again, for those of you who will be reviewing this online and want to zoom in, but as you can see, people generally say, no, I don't know this stuff even exists. Wikipedia educational notice board, no, I don't know about this. This, no, I don't know there's a listserv, we have a social media presence, I don't know about it, and so on and so on. So again, a lot of things I think are just not really on people's radar. But again, the most demanded thing that people think that it doesn't exist are video tutorials. I'll just come back and mention, we do have those video tutorials, they are just hard to find. And again, this is a note. Now, let's talk about motivations and challenges. So again, if we just try to summarize this, well, students and instructors generally like the Wikipedia educational activity. So this is one of the takeaways. We are doing something good because people who try this generally like this. There are some difficulties, it's more time consuming, but again, we kind of all know this. If we want to be good teachers, good educators, we are going to have to do something that's going to take some of our time. So this is not that surprising, but it is just confirming what we know. So when we want to do the wiki assignment, why do we do this? Well, because we like, open educational resources. We like the fact that it's free as in beer, free as a libre, it's open license. We like all the open stuff. And we know also that it's good for the students. We have a lot of research on this that I'm not going to summarize, but we have tens of, we have at least close to 100, if not more, good papers out there where people talk about writing on Wikipedia and so on is good for the student. It increases their digital literacy and it achieves various objectives. So, we have a lot of research on this and we are not putting it here because that's not what we are talking about. But again, it's good for the students and we know this. Now, another aspect is, I think, service learning. In other words, feeling good about what we are doing. We are creating those open resources, and at the same time, we are helping the world. We are making the world a better place. Students like it, and we, the educators, like it as well. That's one of the reasons I think most of you are here. This wiki stuff is cool. It's making our world a better place, and if we can mix it with our job, we feel better about our job as well because we are going above and beyond and helping. And this is again what our respondents reply. We are interested in doing this wiki stuff because we think it helps the world, it makes the world better, and it makes us feel better about what we are doing. And this is also related to what students are saying. But anyway, here are some data. Instructors, educators, they like the assignment. They plan on doing it again, which is quite a good note on the retention. We don't have extremely good data on the retention, as in how we don't know exactly if people are doing this, but we generally know that they want to do it again. It is a good indicator. And they also want to recommend it to others. And that's very good because, as I mentioned, our study suggests that this is how people find out and start doing this. So again, I will ask you, talk to your colleagues about this, try to use your social capital to get more people get this. Yes, recommend it to others. This is indeed how this works. We don't advertise on TV. We don't have, some other ways of really telling people. And social media doesn't seem to be doing a good job here, as our research shows. So it's really word to mouth, trying to spread things more. And yes, students like it, as I mentioned. At least that's what the instructors think, because we didn't interview students here, but we interviewed and surveyed researchers, educators about what the students think. And yes, we do believe as educators that students learn more through this assignment, and we also think that students are motivated. And that's backed up by other research from the students themselves. So, yep, okay, students, it's good for the students, they seem to like it, all good. Now, where do we have slight hiccups? Well, we do have those challenges. Certainly, we all know Wikipedia is time-consuming. Learning how to use Wikipedia is time-consuming. Fortunately, we have moved beyond the early scary days of you need to learn how to do Wikicode. Wikicode is nice. Some people like to learn it. Some students from computer science and so on, it would be good for them to learn it. But for most people, code is not that important, and that's fine. But certainly people say, well, this Wikipedia assignment, it takes quite a lot of my time, or at least more time than some other traditional regular assignments. And I think there's nothing we can do about it, realistically speaking. I should go back. We can try to make our interface better. We can try to design better tools. But at the end of the day, if we want to be good educators, if we want to do things which are, again, above and beyond, it does going to take us a bit more time than somebody who doesn't really care about the students and the field. So, we can keep improving, but this is going to be always, I think, a bit more challenging. And that includes also grading. People do say that grading wiki assignments, learning how to make them and so on, is a bit more time consuming than for the regular assignments. And again, we can try to develop better tools, for example, in grading, maybe integrate something related to grades with the dashboard. So there are many things that could be done in the future, like maybe be able to provide feedback to students to the dashboard, and then a lot of ideas we could brainstorm, and maybe we'll be brainstorming them later at Sage's lecture. All right, so here just some data from the slides for people who want to zoom in later. And as, again, I mentioned this before, but really in the past, I heard a lot of people complaining about, oh, I cannot do wiki because all that code. Nope, it's not the case now. We ask people, do you have trouble with coding on the wiki? And most students say, no, Wikipedia is not really particularly complex. Doing this is not that hard from the coding perspective and so on. And again, I credit Visual Editor with this. It makes things nicer and friendlier. Also, we found out that fortunately, students' articles are not often deleted. So some people are occasionally concerned that my student articles will be deleted. This doesn't happen often. It does happen every now and then. One person even raised a concern about student content causing potential trouble for the community earlier today during the keynote panel. But from the research, as well as my personal experience, I can say that no, most student articles don't seem to have to cause trouble in the community. Most of them are not deleted. Of course, there are exceptions, particularly when instructors don't follow best practices. I mean, some of you may know the story from, I don't know, 10 years ago or something, where there was a professor who asked students to vandalize Wikipedia to demonstrate something. That's not a good idea for responsible teaching. But, generally speaking, students don't cause much trouble. Particularly if the teachers who are supervising them know enough about Wikipedia to make sure that they create articles on notable topics, they are well formatted, they have references and follow Wikipedia guidelines. So if we know things about Wiki and can teach it to students, well, the students should not have more trouble than average editor, and in fact, I think even less trouble. What surprised me a bit is that also teachers say they do not have difficulty in finding topics for students to edit. I mean, there are certainly millions of missing topics that need to be created, certainly. But on the other hand, low-hanging fruit is often already gone, or at least that's what I thought here. I learned that this is not exactly the case. Well, that's good, I guess, if we have no trouble finding things. All right, so pretty much this is, we are slowly running out of time, so I'll be just summarizing things here with this pretty much saying what I mentioned earlier. And I mentioned earlier we'd also be talking a bit about Corona impact, and this is really just going to be a bit because we thought that there is going to be more impact that Corona pandemic caused on people using Wikipedia education and so on, and we found out that this is not really the case. People were not only saying that Corona caused them trouble when they were doing wiki assignments, possibly because they were already digital, so digital assignments were not really affected as much, or the classes using them were transitioning from face-to-face to the digital setting without having to significantly change the assignments. That is my experience as well. I just had to change a few minor details in my syllabus, and the courses were running online just as they were running offline. So also looking at the data about the number of courses, the number of courses hasn't decreased significantly. In fact, I should correct myself. When I looked at the number of courses on the dashboard with regards to the educational projects, they've been steadily increasing. Pandemic hasn't affected them. So using Wikipedia in education is growing and wasn't really affected by the Corona. So there's that. All right, this is pretty much all I was going to say, and now it's time to have some questions. I think I have the mic, so I'll just pass on the mic to the person with the hand.
Sorry, did I miss the slide where you explained?
Okay, let's do mic
I'll
switch.
say that again. Did I miss the slide where you explained what proportion of the students were high school versus university students and their ages?
So we did not. We did not study students. We studied instructors.
Yes. So what proportion of the instructors were high school versus university
I
instructors?
think we didn't include that slide. I think almost all, like 99% people came from higher education. So I think maybe that's why this didn't make it into our slides, because the proportion of people doing this outside higher education is very slim. At least we couldn't reach them.
Do you have any data about which Wikimedia projects educators were using?
I believe we do, because they didn't make it into the slide, and the answer is, again, almost 90+% Wikipedia. Generally speaking, very few, I would say, there's almost no use of other projects like Wikisource, Wikivoyage, Wikidata, and it can be done. I'm actually running myself Wikivoyage and Wikidata courses, but I believe they are pretty rare. Like I was actually recently told by people from Wikivoyage that I am the only instructor they know who ever engaged with their project. And again, maybe there's, I mean, they didn't know about everything, but yes, people generally think about Wikipedia, teach about use Wikipedia. Occasionally, we can think uploading pictures to Commons counts as engaging with Commons. Wikidata has a lot of potential and is not very well used in education, and everything else, I think most people sadly don't even know it exists. Again, I would think Wiki News would be good for journalist courses. I don't think it's happening there, but good question, and we need to do more with that.
This is more of an answer to a question you asked some time ago. You were wondering why students don't seem to engage with, to upload files. You were surprised that was low. I think, and this has been sort of an issue of mine for years, that the answer is probably in our fair use and copyright policies. I mean, we have a lot of Wikimedians who don't fully understand those, and we have some who misunderstand them. Well, since, especially with today's generation of students, there has been this long understanding that, well, if I can get it somewhere on the internet, I can use it. And as we know, just because you can download it doesn't mean it's in the public domain, doesn't mean it's under a free license. And even if you, as a student, do find what would be an acceptable fair use image, to upload it to the English Wikipedia requires writing the whole justification. And I remember years ago a stat that I found rather telling that for almost all the new users whose first edit was to file or image namespace, they never uploaded again, which tells me they uploaded something, it was deleted, and they just said to hell with it. And I think that's something that maybe if we want to promote that kind of student engagement, we need to find ways to better explain that, because, like I said, I feel like I'm in the minority of Wikimedians on the English Wikipedia, on Commons, who understand what would be deleted and what would not be deleted before uploading it.
That's a very good point. I tell my students about copyright, I give them tutorials, and still 25% will upload pictures they found somewhere on the internet and claim it's their own, because that's the pull-down menu. So yes, we should do something better here.
Yeah, I just had a question about the first few slides you showed, where you talked about the gender bias and the age bias on the people who answered. And you're talking also about higher education, and there's a strong gender bias or gender difference among the teachers in higher education. And there's also the experience in teaching. There's also a big difference in experience in teaching. And so I wondered if you took that into account in your study.
I think that this is certainly possible. I mean, there is correlation to gender and people choosing the, jobs. But like we do have something more balanced, or possibly even skewed towards females in some fields of education, but not all. And this is, again, depends on countries. Here we are really getting data from United States, saying, because again, those who are our respondents. So again, to what degree this would be representative if we had really good worldwide data? I mean, the problem is, again, this is not something that seems to be done worldwide. So I think you raise good questions that, partially point out to things we need to work. We need to improve the gender ratio in all spheres of life. And the fact that here we see possibly no significant bias could simply be, well, because our data really comes from small segment of population.
My name is Nurjana Talan. I teach in the US with Wiki education projects and Wikipedia. The topics my students engage in is climate and sustainability. I'm a social scientist. And there are only 2 faculty at our institution. The other faculty is male, and he teaches in physics. My question, and I also collaborate with Wiki Turkey, and we also did an implementation in Wikipedia Turkey, in Turkish, with faculty, and we collaborated with the Wikipedia team there and the GLEM professionals. And I would like to say, are there any plans to expand Wiki education, tutorials, training of faculty, as well as the dashboard to other areas? Because all the problems you said, they existed to some extent in the American dashboard, but in Turkey, we had 6 mentors dealing with 28 students for a whole semester, and the quality of the outcome was not the same. And it also takes a lot of time to convince faculty when they know that they have to really, really commit a lot of time, you know, to actually go through everything, where there are no videos, where there is no dashboard, where there is not necessarily a staff to deal with them. Thank you.
So I'm afraid like I'm not the good person to answer whether there are plans, because I am not a member of the staff at WMF or WikiEdu and so on. I think there should be plans to address this. Actually, this is one of the things I said. There should be more plans to create those tools, to make them available globally for communities outside just United States and Canada. But whether such plans exist or to what degree they are prioritized, I am unfortunately out of the loop here. My research, our research is really just one of those voices saying we need more outreach globally. We are doing pretty good job for US, Canada, maybe English-speaking countries. But outside of that, we need to catch up.
Right here, Peter. Right here.
Yeah, so right here being okay. Because I saw two.
Was there another hand?
Yep. Well, okay. Well, maybe I'll start here and then. Okay, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be quick. First, thank you so much for the research, Peter, and your previous work. You've done quite a bit in this area. I want to point out that the finding that, you know, teachers are motivated to do this by their colleagues is a really important one, and it's a good reminder for everybody in this room to kind of go home and with a renewed energy and really kind of spread the good word about these types of assignments. And then my question is, I had actually done a similar study about instructor motivation. We pulled directly from the Wiki education programs participants, their instructors, and we were looking at their motivation, like why were they interested in doing this, similar to you. But we had found that a good majority of them were really motivated by addressing systemic gaps, issues of social equity, those types of things. So I'm wondering if you had any findings or data related to that.
So we haven't asked the question directly related to this. I would say from my memory of the qualitative analysis of the comments that there are indicators. I mean, I think you are correct, and our research would roughly support yours, but we haven't looked into this issue in detail. But again, the comment do suggest people care about like service learning, people care about making the world a better place, to put it simply. So yes, that's, I mean, I think why most of us are here as well in this very room or watching this video. You know, we want to have do something impactful, and this is a way to do it.
Okay, so one last question from online. Talking about disseminate the opportunity to use Wiki in class, where can I, as an educator, learn more about integrating Wiki in my class? What should I do to start? And where can I see the previous examples or test cases of using Wiki in class?
All right. I mean, this is a good question. So there's both a good and bad answer. I mean, the good answer is that there are a lot of materials out there online. If people Google for that, go to Google Scholar, they will find quite a lot of materials. But the bad part is that our central hub, we have central hubs, but as you have seen from the graphs, the like outreach, wiki education for and so on, they are not very visible. I think maybe they don't come out that high in search results. They are not very well known. Most people have difficulty finding them. So the good news is that there are tools, including papers written by me about how to actually integrate wiki in your curriculum and so on. The bad news is that people have to find one of those hubs. Like maybe one of them, I remember just from the top of my head, on English Wikipedia, WP:/SUP School University Project. That's a page that has quite a few links. For example, people can start. And again, the ones I linked from the slides, the outreach something, I forget now the exact address. Again, look at the slide, there are some links. One of the things we found, we haven't put on the slides, that some people actually said, thank you for telling me about those other other tools. Now I know they exist. I will take a look at them. So again, take a look at the information we have on the slides. Some of this may be useful to people who are just starting with all of that. There are useful tools. We just don't seem to be doing a very good job at promoting them.
Ok, merci beaucoup et je suis vraiment ravie d'être parmi vous, même si nous ne sommes pas très nombreux et nombreuses. Mais bon, comme on dit, c'est pas la quantité qui compte, c'est la qualité. Et ça tombe bien, je vais vous parler du MOOC Wikidata et de la manière dont il a été développé, de tous les écueils auxquels nous avons dû faire face pour qu'il voit le jour et des problématiques que cela pose. Alors, nous sommes très très peu nombreux dans cette salle, mais avant de commencer réellement, on va faire un petit sondage à main levée. Qui pense que Wikidata, c'est chiant? Ah, il y a au moins 2 personnes qui sont d'accord. Bon, c'est effectivement l'impression générale que Wikidata donne, ou du moins semble donner au grand public. Les bases de connaissances, les bases de données, c'est chiant, c'est compliqué et ça ne donne pas envie. Alors, un petit mot d'historique, rétrospective, à propos du MOOC Wikidata. En fait, cette idée est arrivée avant mon arrivée chez Wikimedia France. Donc, son développement avait été planifié il y a déjà quelques années en amont. Et ce développement a malheureusement été stoppé avec le départ de la personne salariée qui était chargée du développement. Et il se trouve que, par hasard, à ce moment-là, j'étais en recherche d'un stage, enfin d'un apprentissage plutôt, de Master 2. Donc c'est pour les personnes qui viennent de France. Donc voilà, c'est le diplôme entre le Master 1 et le doctorat. Et j'ai donc été recrutée par Wikimedia France pour créer ce MOOC Wikidata. Alors, vous imaginez bien que comme première création après son diplôme en enseignement à distance, j'avais un diplôme en e-learning, c'était un peu un gros défi. Donc, je reprends le développement de ce MOOC Wikidata en février 2021 avec un budget de 36 000 €. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire avec un budget de 36 000 € et une personne qui s'occupe du développement? Eh bien, c'est tout l'objet de la présentation que je vais vous infliger cet après-midi. D'abord, un petit mot égocentré à propos de qui je suis et tout. Donc, j'ai un Master 2 en e-learning que j'ai passé en France. Et à part ça, je m'intéresse aux chevaux. C'est ma grande passion dans la vie. Donc, en général, c'est tout ce qu'il y a à savoir. Nous voilà donc avec ce budget de 36 000 € et un MOOC Wikidata à créer. Or, je ne suis pas vraiment experte de Wikidata. Un très grand nombre de personnes dans le mouvement connaissent Wikidata bien mieux que je ne le connais et probablement que je ne connaîtrai jamais Wikidata. Donc, je commence dans un état de doute plutôt avancé à me dire « Oula, j'y y arriver avec mon budget de 36 000 €. » Et ce développement du MOOC Wikidata va être assuré par Bibi et par une équipe de sympathiques bénévoles qui vont me donner des coups de main extrêmement appréciables. La première édition du MOOC Wikidata a été lancée en mai 2022. Et entre les deux, je vais vous détailler un petit peu ce qui s'est passé, parce que vous allez voir, c'était pas tous les jours facile. Alors, comment rendre une base de connaissances comme Wikidata, qui a l'air très chiante pour le grand public, intéressante? Eh bien, pour cela, j'ai utilisé 2 petits leviers qu'on m'a détaillés pendant ma formation en e-learning. Premier levier, la ludification. Deuxième levier, la vulgarisation pour rattacher les exemples de ce que l'on fait techniquement dans Wikidata à des exemples de la vie quotidienne. Laissez-moi vous parler de la technique de ludification. Donc, pour les personnes parmi vous qui n'ont pas fait de Master 2 en e-learning, donc j'imagine une grosse majorité, n'est-ce pas? Donc, ce sont des techniques qui visent à rapprocher le programme d'apprentissage, la progression dans l'apprentissage de ce qui se fait en jeu vidéo. Et en général, ça marche plutôt bien. Alors, quelles sont les techniques de ludification utilisées dans le MOOC Wikidata? Donc, la première, c'est d'utiliser des badges. Alors là, il se trouve qu'avec la solution technique du MOOC Wikidata, donc la solution OpenEDX, je pouvais activer des badges. Et donc, je l'ai fait. L'avantage des badges, c'est qu'ils incitent les personnes qui suivent le MOOC à partager leur progression avec leur réseau. Et donc, à se sentir fiers d'être arrivés à un certain point d'apprentissage et leur donner envie de continuer. Ça marche pas forcément toujours très bien, comme nous le verrons avec le taux de rétention un peu plus tard. Et le deuxième levier que j'ai tenté d'utiliser, ça n'a pas toujours été très fonctionnel, c'est celui de l'humour. Donc le MOOC Wikidata de Wikimedia France contient des petites bandes dessinées que l'on a intercalées entre du contenu qui se veut un peu plus sérieux pour faire redescendre un petit peu la pression, pour tenter de faire rigoler un peu les apprenants. Et également, dans le scénario pédagogique des vidéos, eh bien, j'ai tenté d'ajouter régulièrement des petites blagues. Ou du moins, j'ai proposé aux bénévoles d'ajouter des blagues. Il y en avait pour qui c'était naturel et d'autres pour qui ça l'était beaucoup moins. Donc, si vous suivez le MOOC Wikidata, vous verrez que parfois, il y a des blagues qui fonctionnent assez bien. D'autres fois, ça tombe un petit peu à plat. Ça dépend un peu de l'aisance de chaque bénévole avec l'humour. Et finalement, les retours que j'ai eus sur ces techniques de ludification ont été plutôt bons pour les vidéos et un peu moins bons pour les bandes dessinées. Bon, peut-être que mon humour n'est pas compris de tout le monde. Le deuxième levier que l'on a utilisé, c'est donc celui des techniques de vulgarisation. Alors ça, on m'en a tellement parlé pendant ma formation. Alors vulgarisation, pour les personnes parmi vous qui parlent pas très bien français, ça ne veut pas dire rendre les choses vulgaires. Dans ce cas-là, vous dites des gros mots et bon, bref, ce n'est pas de la vulgarisation, c'est être vulgaire. C'est rendre du savoir qui est compliqué, complexe, plus accessible et surtout rattacher ça à des exemples du vécu de la vie quotidienne qui sont largement partagés par l'ensemble de la population. Bon, je suis assez fière de mes techniques de vulgarisation dans le MOOC Wikidata car j'ai eu des très bons retours des apprenants et je suis ravie de pouvoir partager ça avec vous pour le cas où vous souhaiteriez créer vos propres MOOC. On ne sait jamais. Alors, le premier point hyper important, dès que vous pouvez éradiquer du vocabulaire technique, le supprimer, le splout, vous le faites. Est-ce qu'on a besoin de savoir techniquement comment fonctionne un triplet RDF pour contribuer à Wikidata ? Peut-être pas. Alors, il y a peut-être des techos au fond de la salle qui vont me taper dessus à la fin de la conférence. Mais je pense que non, on n'a pas besoin de savoir comment techniquement fonctionne le triplet RDF pour devenir contributeur ou contributrice. Et les personnes qui s'intéressent à cette question pourront toujours la poser à des spécialistes du fonctionnement technique de Wikidata qui seront, je l'espère, ravis de leur répondre. Donc, on peut terminer ce MOOC sans savoir ce qu'est techniquement un triplet RDF. Également, un gros remerciement, je sais qu'il est à la Wikimania, à Asaf Bartov, dont je me suis largement inspiré de la vidéo Wikidata pour les non-techies avant de créer le MOOC Wikidata. Vu que je ne suis pas experte de Wikidata, il faut se référer à des experts pour faire quelque chose qui fonctionne à peu près. Le deuxième point de vulgarisation, la deuxième technique de vulgarisation largement utilisée dans ce MOOC, c'est celle qui consiste à rattacher les exemples vus dans le MOOC Wikidata à des exemples de la vie quotidienne. Par exemple, expliquer ce qu'est un identifiant unique. Vous dites identifiant unique à quelqu'un qui n'a jamais fait de base de données, il va vous dire ouais, ok, what, c'est très flou. Par contre, vous dites à quelqu'un qui n'a jamais fait de base de données, est-ce qu'il t'est déjà arrivé de te retrouver dans une salle de classe où un élève, 2 élèves avaient le même prénom que toi ? Donc, en général, c'est arrivé au moins une fois à quelqu'un dans son parcours. Et qu'est-ce qui se passe quand l'enseignant ou l'enseignante demande à « Tiens, Charline, est-ce que tu peux me dire tel truc ?» et qu'il y a 3 filles qui s'appellent Charline dans la classe. Eh ben voilà, identifiant unique. L'enseignant ou l'enseignante va utiliser prénom plus nom de famille pour identifier la personne précisément à laquelle elle s'adresse, ou il s'adresse. Eh bien voilà, c'est un identifiant unique. Et ça a fonctionné très bien dans le MOOC Wikidata. J'ai eu énormément de remerciements pour cet exemple-là. Alors un autre exemple que j'ai utilisé, c'est celui des IBAN pour les personnes qui font des transferts d'argent. Donc là aussi, ça parlait à beaucoup de gens. Et pour expliquer ce que sont les contraintes en base de données, j'ai utilisé l'équivalence des horaires d'ouverture des magasins. Si vous voulez aller faire vos courses quand le magasin est fermé, on va vous refuser l'entrée. Si vous voulez enregistrer une valeur dans une base de données qui n'est pas conforme au format attendu, vous ne pourrez pas l'enregistrer. Voilà, c'est comme ça. Sauf que dans Wikidata, vous pouvez quand même. Oui, sinon c'est pas drôle. Et enfin, alors cet exemple n'est pas de moi, il est de Nicolas Vigneron, qui est aussi quelque part sur la Wikimania, pour expliquer ce qu'est un triplet RDF. Ça a l'air très chiant aussi. Je ne sais pas si vous êtes d'accord ou pas, mais bon, triplet RDF, vu comme ça donne pas très envie. Eh bien, vous le comparez à des règles de grammaire. Par exemple, des règles de grammaire du français qui sont pas mal costauds. Bon, pas aussi costauds que les règles de grammaire du polonais, j'imagine, mais bon, on est déjà pas mal. Et vous dites, hey, les triplets, c'est beaucoup plus simple. Et là, soudainement, les triplets ont l'air beaucoup plus sympathiques. Alors, il y a peut-être possiblement d'autres techniques de vulgarisation. Bon, là, je vous présente les miennes. Mais si vous voulez créer votre propre MOOC et créer vos propres techniques, n'hésitez pas. Je serais ravie d'échanger avec vous sur ce sujet-là. Alors, quelques chiffres du MOOC Wikidata. Bon, c'est une partie un peu chiante, mais pour vous expliquer à quel point ça a marché ou pas marché d'ailleurs. Donc, j'ai eu au total 1949 inscrits aux 2 éditions du MOOC Wikidata, celle de mai 2022 et celle de, que je ne dise pas de bêtises, je crois que c'était en mai 2023 aussi. Donc 1949 inscrits, c'est pas trop mal. Sur ces 1949 inscrits, 142 personnes ont fini le MOOC. Donc c'est un chiffre qui est malheureusement relativement classique. Vous savez, le problème quand vous faites du e-learning, c'est que vous n'êtes pas derrière la personne qui suit votre formation à lui dire « Hey, continue d'apprendre, tu verras, tu seras super content ou contente à la fin ». Non, vous n'avez pas la possibilité de motiver vos apprenants de cette manière, donc il faut trouver d'autres façons de le faire, mais ça marche pas terriblement et c'est un problème récurrent de tous les MOOC qu'on perde environ 90% d'apprenants. C'est vraiment classique. Donc là, on est à encore moins, hélas. Mais voilà, c'est un problème classique des MOOC. Sur mes 142 apprenants qui ont terminé le MOOC, 139 ont obtenu la note de passage. Donc c'est pas mal, ça veut dire qu'il y a seulement 3 personnes qui n'ont pas obtenu la note finale leur permettant d'avoir la certification. Enfin, dernier point sur la durée d'ouverture. La première fois, donc première édition, en 2022, le MOOC était ouvert 6 semaines. J'ai eu des retours de gens qui me disaient « Hey, c'est pas assez long !» Donc, la deuxième fois, on a ouvert 14 semaines. Et là, j'ai mon taux de rétention qui a fait parce que des gens avaient oublié qu'ils avaient commencé le MOOC, se sont mis sur autre chose. Et puis, hop, mince, il me reste que 2 jours pour finir. Donc, voilà, on va faire pour la 3e édition entre les deux. Pour l'instant, ce n'est pas encore totalement décidé, mais peut-être 10 semaines, et on verra si ça fonctionne. Mais ça fonctionne ou ça ne fonctionne pas. À chaque fois, on adapte nos techniques, on met à jour, etc. Voilà. Alors, comment j'ai recruté mes sympathiques apprenants ? Alors, sur la première édition, on était sur une édition de test. Donc, on a simplement communiqué en interne auprès de nos partenaires réguliers, notamment nos partenaires GLAM, Gallery, Library and Museum, si je le prononce bien. Donc, on avait assez peu de personnes qui suivaient le MOOC Wikidata, mais des personnes très motivées. Parce que les personnels des GLAM sont généralement très, très motivés pour apprendre Wikidata. Ce qui fait que mon taux de rétention sur la première édition, il était à 11%. C'était pas mal. Enfin, c'était au-dessus du taux moyen. Sur l'édition 2, on a eu droit à un bandeau central notice. Alors, vous voyez toutes et tous ce que c'est donc, c'est le petit bandeau en haut des projets qui indique « Hey, coucou, le MOOC Wikidata 2e édition sera bientôt ouvert, inscrivez-vous !» Donc là, j'ai eu beaucoup de gens qui se sont inscrits. J'ai eu à peu près 5-6 fois plus de personnes à la 2e édition qu'à la première. Mais par contre, des personnes qui ont eu moins d'assiduité, parce que c'était ouvert plus longtemps, parce que comme j'avais plus de personnes, j'avais moins de temps à accorder à chaque personne. Évidemment, on ne peut pas se dédoubler. Alors, la date sur la slide n'est pas exacte, c'est 2023. Par contre, ce qui était très intéressant, c'est que j'ai pu recruter des apprenants francophones à Abidjan, donc des personnes d'Afrique francophone. Et j'étais très très contente d'avoir des apprenants qui changent un peu des apprenants français auxquels j'étais plus habituée. Alors ça a été hyper intéressant, mais il y a un corollaire qui est que j'avais une grosse hétérogénéité d'apprenants pour l'évaluation par les pairs à la fin. Je vais en reparler un petit peu plus tard. La 3e édition, qui sera lancée le 1er octobre 2024, le sera sur learn.wiki, donc la solution technique apportée par la Foundation, et elle sera centrée sur les besoins des enseignants du secondaire. Donc on va recruter des profs. Voilà. Comment est-ce qu'on satisfait ces apprenants ? Alors, petit détail là-dessus. Ma première édition du MOOC Wikidata a été plutôt satisfaisante, si j'en crois les retours qu'on a eu au niveau du sondage. Donc 84% des personnes qui ont suivi le MOOC ont déclaré être contentes de la difficulté du MOOC, ce qui est plutôt une bonne nouvelle. Ça veut dire que j'avais bien dosé la difficulté, c'était ni trop facile ni trop compliqué. Sur la 2e édition, par contre, j'ai eu beaucoup de retours négatifs relatifs à l'évaluation par les pairs. Alors, j'ouvre une parenthèse, qui ne sait pas ce qu'est une évaluation par les pairs ? N'hésitez pas à le dire. Ok, donc on va expliquer. Alors, quand vous contribuez à Wikipédia, par exemple, pas du tout au hasard, et que vous lisez une modification que quelqu'un a faite et que vous vous dites « cette modification, c'est de la merde, il faut que je l'annule », pardon pour mon vocabulaire, vous venez de faire une évaluation de pairs qui contribuent à Wikipédia sur la contribution d'une autre personne à Wikipédia qui est votre pair. P-A-I-R, pas P-E-R-E. C'est complètement confus, hein, je suis absolument désolée. Bon, plus simplement, une évaluation par les pairs, c'est quand des personnes qui sont dans un même groupe évaluent les personnes de ce même groupe. Voilà, là c'est un peu plus clair, on peut faire un petit schéma en camembert aussi pour que ce soit un peu moins complexe. Donc sur ma deuxième édition, j'avais à la fois des personnes d'Afrique francophone et des personnes de galeries, librairies et musées en France. Et donc le groupe est très très hétérogène. Et lorsque vous avez une personne qui a travaillé dans une bibliothèque française pendant 15 ans, qui fait son petit triplet sur Wikidata et qui est évaluée par une personne qui par exemple habite à Abidjan et ne travaille pas du tout dans le secteur des bibliothèques, eh bien vous avez des incompréhensions qui se créent. Et ce n'est la faute ni d'une partie ni de l'autre. C'est que le différentiel culturel est tellement important que vous ne pouvez pas évaluer quelqu'un qui est dans un domaine tellement différent du vôtre. Donc on va corriger ça sur les prochaines éditions en ayant des groupes d'apprenants plus homogènes au départ et en étendant donc l'homogénéité du groupe sur la durée. Ça devrait fonctionner mieux, enfin je l'espère. Donc le MOOC Wikidata est constamment amélioré, mis à jour grâce aux retours que me font les apprenants et je les en remercie très profondément parce que c'est ça qui permet d'améliorer le MOOC à chaque édition. Alors, un petit mot à propos de l'assiduité, qui est mon point noir, ma honte personnelle par rapport au MOOC. Enfin, bon. Donc, les MOOC ont toujours un faible taux de rétention. C'est une constante sur tous les MOOC. Donc, 10% en moyenne des gens qui commencent le MOOC arrivent jusqu'à la fin, quoi qu'on fasse. Et la raison principale, c'est que on n'est pas derrière eux pour les motiver, comme je le disais tout à l'heure. Sur la première édition, j'avais un taux de rétention de 11,6, qui est plutôt pas mal. Et sur la deuxième, il a plongé à 6,71%, ce qui n'est pas bien. Bon, explicable du fait que j'avais un beaucoup plus grand nombre d'apprenants, donc moins de temps à accorder par personne. Une autre piste explicative à cette baisse du taux d'assiduité entre la première et la deuxième édition, c'est que sur la deuxième édition, j'avais recruté de manière beaucoup plus large et sur une plus longue durée de temps. Donc quand c'est ouvert plus longtemps, idem, on a moins la possibilité de dire très très régulièrement hey, continuez à suivre le MOOC, parce que sinon ça lasse les personnes qui reçoivent tout le temps des emails, des notifications, etc. Donc voilà, la question de l'assiduité, elle est toujours très complexe sur les MOOC. Et si vous faites des MOOC, vous serez forcément confronté à ça. Un petit mot à propos de la diversité géographique de mes apprenants, c'est une grande fierté. Donc voici la localisation des personnes qui ont suivi les 2 éditions du MOOC Wikidata. Il y a quelqu'un dans les Fidji. Donc on a été plutôt bon sur ce point-là. On a réussi à trouver des personnes qui habitent dans des parties francophones du monde qui sont très variées. Bon, la carte est remplie en autodéclaratif, donc je ne peux pas vérifier si les gens me mentent quand ils la remplissent, mais ça évite d'avoir des données tracées, etc. Donc c'est la solution qu'on a choisie. Donc on avait une excellente couverture de l'Afrique subsaharienne avec quasiment tous les pays francophones d'Afrique représentés, même le Tchad, la Centrafrique, le Burundi, etc. Et parfois, c'était la première fois que j'échangeais avec quelqu'un qui venait de ces pays-là. C'était hyper intéressant. On avait aussi une sous-représentation du Maghreb et de la Guyane, qui sera peut-être à corriger ou un point à réfléchir pour la suite. Et on a eu évidemment une très bonne couverture de tous les pays francophones occidentaux, donc quasiment toutes les régions de la France, le Québec, la Suisse et la Belgique francophone. Ok, très bien. Alors malheureusement, Mohamed Abdoulaye n'est pas parmi nous, mais je souhaitais dire un mot de la traduction en anglais du MOOC Wikidata. Donc, grande fierté quand même pour moi d'avoir le MOOC traduit vers l'anglais. En général, c'est plutôt dans l'autre sens que ça se passe. C'est-à-dire qu'on a quelque chose en anglais qu'on va traduire vers le français. Mohamed Abdoulaye ne peut pas être parmi nous, mais donc il travaille pour Wikimedia Deutschland et il a traduit le MOOC vers l'anglais. Et cette version a été testée récemment. Voilà, donc je ne peux pas dire comment ça s'est passé parce qu'il n'est pas là. Mais a priori, ça a l'air de plutôt bien se passer. Donc si vous voulez, vous aussi également en ligne qui écoutez ma présentation, suivre le MOOC Wikidata dans votre langue maternelle et que celle-ci c'est l'anglais, eh bien vous aurez bientôt de quoi satisfaire votre soif d'apprentissage. Et c'est une excellente nouvelle. Eh bien voilà, c'est terminé. J'espère vous avoir passionné avec ce MOOC Wikidata. Merci beaucoup. Et vous avez donc 5 minutes de questions-réponses. Voilà, n'hésitez pas.
Merci beaucoup, Amélie. Alors, déjà, toutes mes félicitations parce que ça a été, avec les explications, je me dis, même quand on a un master en e-learning, ça a dû être un peu difficile de mettre en place quand même tout cet ensemble d'apprentissage. J'avoue, et je me confesse, que j'étais parmi les inscrites et qui ont abandonné. Donc, je me dis, c'est peut-être une suggestion aussi pour essayer d'améliorer le taux de rétention, peut-être créer peut-être des systèmes de relance des apprenants. Et ça peut permettre parce que comme tu l'as dit, c'est l'apprentissage en ligne et en général, quand on ne paye pas, on est plutôt dans un libertinage qui nous emmène à oublier entre griffes, surtout si on tient compte de tout ce qui nous entoure comme travail et autres, les obligations de la vie, etc. Donc, moi, je suggérerais peut-être de mettre en place un système de relance des apprenants, une fois, 2 fois, je ne sais pas, pendant tout le long du MOOC. Ça pourrait aider à rappeler aux apprenants que vous avez quelque chose en cours et que vous devez terminer.
Oui,
tout ça.
alors j'ai une bonne nouvelle à ce sujet-là. Maintenant que nous avons migré de notre solution interne chez Wikimedia France vers Wikilearn, eh bien, j'ai des moyens de laisser des petites notifications aux apprenants de manière automatique. Donc, je ne suis pas obligée de passer par la page personnelle de chacune, une par une, parce que tu imagines qu'avec 900 apprenants, je ne peux pas faire ça.
C'est compliqué.
Mais je pourrais envoyer un message groupé. Parce que le problème que j'avais sur la précédente solution technique, c'est que généralement le mail atterrissait directement dans les spams et voilà, ça servait à rien en fait.
Okay.
Donc on verra si ça s'améliore. Mais oui, voilà, j'espère que ça se passera mieux sur la 3e édition en matière de rétention.
Et j'espère que pour la 3e édition, enfin ceux qui étaient inscrits et qui n'ont pas pu seront relancés peut-être.
Alors, c'est un gros point de discussion actuellement, c'est-à-dire qu'on a migré de notre solution interne vers Wikilearn. Et en migrant, on perd des données quoi qu'on fasse. Donc, il y a eu toute une réflexion. Est-ce que j'essaye de conserver les données des apprenants des éditions 1 et 2 ou est-ce qu'on repart à zéro? Et il y a aussi une question de droit d'accès aux informations personnelles, parce que là, on est sur des données qui ont plus d'1 an. Okay. Donc, a priori, on va repartir à zéro. Pour l'instant, je ne dis pas de oui, c'est sûr, c'est certain. Il faut que je voie des détails techniques avec mes collègues. Mais voilà, je suis désolée, mais il y a des questions de droit.
Oui, exactement. Voilà. On devra juste s'inscrire à nouveau, c'est ça?
Non, même pas. Enfin, si, pardon.
Pour la 3e édition.
Alors, d'un côté, oui, d'un côté, non. Il faudra effectivement se réinscrire au MOOC en lui-même, mais vous n'aurez pas besoin de réinscrire à nouveau votre adresse email, etc., comme avec la solution technique précédente.
Merci, Amélie.
Merci à toi.
D'abord, mes félicitations. La présentation était très, très bonne.
Merci.
Un fait qui est très intéressant, c'est que le MOOC est en train d'être traduit à l'anglais, je crois. Et je crois que le MOOC pourrait être aussi traduit à des autres langues, par exemple l'espagnol. Ça c'est une très, très bonne idée pour moi parce que dans la Wikipédia en espagnol, il y a beaucoup de personnes qui ont des problèmes pour travailler à Wikidata. Alors, je crois que l'idée d'un MOOC, c'est magnifique pour Wikidata. C'est une très bonne manière de le faire. Et alors, je ne sais pas quelle serait la manière, mais je suis intéressé de communiquer pour à les autres.
Alors, avec grand plaisir, je me rends compte que j'ai oublié de mettre mon adresse email sur la dernière slide, aux honte, mais je vous la donnerai à la fin, il n'y a aucun problème. Donc, mon adresse email est chez Wikimedia France. Voilà. Et on pourra communiquer pour que vous créiez votre version en espagnol avec grande, grande joie.
Okay, last question. Okay, thank you. Merci Amélie pour le Wikimook et pour la présentation. Je suis comme, je fais partie des missionnaires, comme Dominique. Ma question, c'est de savoir, est-ce que le contenu a évolué?
Oui, oui, oui.
Est-ce qu'il y a des nouveaux contenus
Alors,
sur
oui,
la nouvelle?
je n'ai pas détaillé ça parce que sinon la présentation prendrait des heures. Mais entre la première version et la deuxième version, j'ai ajouté une bibliographie scientifique parce qu'entre les deux, je suis devenue doctorante en sciences de l'information. Donc, c'était cohérent d'ajouter une bibliographie scientifique. Et entre la deuxième et la troisième version, il n'y a pas eu énormément d'évolution, mais j'ai raccourci certains chapitres qui étaient trop longs et qui perdaient des gens pour les diviser en deux notamment. Donc voilà, oui, il y a eu des évolutions entre la première et la troisième édition. Ouais. Merci.
Bon, je sais pas, supposons que j'ai envie d'apprendre comment utiliser Wikidata, puis je m'inscris au MOOC, et puis que je suis assidu et je fais tout ce qu'il faut. Ça prendra combien de temps?
Ah, c'est une question qu'on me pose extrêmement souvent. Et je n'ai pas de réponse temporelle fixe à donner parce qu'entre une personne qui baigne dans les bases de données, dans la connaissance libre du matin au soir et qui va terminer le MOOC, j'ai des exemples en 2 heures littéralement. Donc là, la personne a fait tac, 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 oui, 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 non, non, tac, 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 tac. Et des personnes qui n'ont jamais entendu parler d'une base de données de leur vie. Il y a une différence de temps d'apprentissage qui est tellement énorme que je peux même pas m'amuser à faire une moyenne parce que ça n'aurait aucun sens. Donc j'ai des personnes qui ont mis 30, 35, voire 40 heures à terminer le MOOC. Et il n'y a pas de problème, c'est OK, on n'a pas tous les mêmes connaissances de départ. En plus, si la personne qui suit le MOOC n'a pas forcément le français comme langue principale, c'est plus compliqué aussi. Si la personne utilise un téléphone portable pour suivre le MOOC, alors théoriquement c'est possible, mais c'est beaucoup plus long et plus compliqué également. Donc il y a tous ces facteurs-là à prendre en compte. Donc non, je ne donnerai pas de durée moyenne parce que ça n'a juste pas de sens. Désolée.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our speaker. So our next speaker is also here. If you could join us on.
Yes, I'm waiting for the other speaker.
Okay.
He's gonna have 5 minutes late.
Sure.
It's okay?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Only just that would be from your own time. So if you want to start.
Yeah, it's really quick. I mean, it's
Okay.
just going to take 10 minutes probably. But
Sure, okay.
well, I can go.
You already submitted your presentation. Great.
Yeah. Okay. What's the middle button? Oh, not for people.
J'ai de la musique qui me fait concurrence. Et en plus, j'adore la musique, donc ça va être pour moi difficile de me concentrer. On va juste attendre 5 petites minutes, si vous voulez bien. La personne qui doit en fait parler avec moi est à 5 minutes de retard. Donc c'est juste le temps. Donc on est ici pour parler d'écologie. J'espère que vous êtes bien dans la bonne salle et que vous n'êtes pas trompés. Les slides sont en anglais pour les gens qui sont en ligne. J'en profite pour saluer mes collègues qui doivent être en ligne d'ailleurs. Mais moi, je parlerai en français. For sure. I will make that sign.
Thank you everyone for the patience. We'll just take a few more minutes. We are waiting for our second speaker. We will accompany her, and in the meantime, if you want to access the conversation,
C'est Warsaw. C'est une fille. Je vais y aller, on a 5 minutes de retard. C'est en français. Just in case, if there are English people, it's in French, but you've got your translation online normally. But slides are in English. Est-ce que peut-être, en attendant Rémi, je pourrais savoir qui c'est qui a déjà calculé son empreinte carbone dans la salle? Il y a une seule personne dans la salle qui a calculé son bilan carbone à titre personnel. Do you have guys calculate your footprint? You did? Okay, 2 people? Great. That's a start. Encore quelques minutes et on va commencer. No problem. pense que je vais commencer sans Rémi, qui va nous rejoindre et qui pourra répondre à toutes vos questions, notamment vraiment sur la politique écologique, plus sur le côté financier et politique, en tout cas, sur ce que fait Wikimedia France. Bienvenue, en tout cas, et merci pour votre intérêt sur l'écologie, sur cette Wikimania. Du coup, comment ça fonctionne ? Voilà, alors je ne suis pas Rémi, je suis Céline Uzetowski. J'ai un bon nom polonais, mais je travaille pour Wikimedia France et je suis la personne qui m'occupe de la communication. Je reconnais quelques têtes, je sais qu'on échange, qu'on se voit virtuellement, en tout cas sur les réseaux sociaux, et je suis très contente de vous voir en vrai, ça me fait plaisir. Je m'occupe du coup de la communication et je suis également la référente développement durable parce que en fait, pour donner du poids à notre action chez Wikimedia France, on a décidé de nommer une personne qui était aussi en charge du développement durable, ce qui permet de donner du sens et une priorité en tout cas à cette action. C'est la musique, ça me perturbe. Ok, bon. Juste par curiosité, avant de commencer cette conférence, est-ce qu'il n'y a que des francophones ou est-ce qu'il y a aussi des gens qui parlent d'autres langues, comme l'anglais? English? English? Yes, I notice you. French and English. OK. Templates are in English, if you want to follow. Une première question. N'hésitez pas, c'est une conférence, c'est une présentation très ouverte où vous avez le droit de poser des questions. L'idée, c'est aussi que vous puissiez participer et qu'on vous montre ce qu'on fait chez Wikimedia France. Et surtout aussi, l'idée de cette présentation, c'est qu'on vous montre les expériences qu'on tente chez Wikimedia France pour être transparent, ce qui fonctionne et ce qui ne fonctionne pas, et les limites de l'expérience. J'ai une petite question, mais je crois que je vous l'ai déjà posée. Est-ce que vous pensez qu'actuellement, le mouvement Wikimedia intègre assez de protection de l'environnement dans ses pratiques? Et je suis désolée, je n'ai pas fait ça de manière très numérique. J'aurais pu faire un sondage en ligne, mais moi, je suis un peu vieille école. J'aime bien les pouces. Et je voulais juste savoir si vous pensiez, en tout cas, qu'en tant que mouvement wikimédien, on intégrait assez de protection, en tout cas, de l'environnement dans nos pratiques actuellement. C'est juste... Ok. C'est pas la même... Vous n'avez pas tous les mêmes idées, en tout cas, sur le sujet, mais c'est bon à savoir. Merci pour ce feedback. Est-ce que vous avez déjà entendu parler du calcul du bilan carbone? Ok. Non, jamais. Alors, il faut savoir que le calcul du bilan carbone, en fait, en France, le calcul du bilan carbone, c'est ce qu'une entreprise, c'est la quantité de gaz à effet de serre qu'une organisation, donc une entreprise, une administration publique, émet du fait de son activité. Et en fait, elle est différente de ce qu'on appelle l'empreinte carbone, parce que c'est la première question que je vous ai posée au tout début, qui, elle, est du fait de l'activité humaine. Ce qu'il faut savoir, juste, c'est qu'en fonction des pays, il n'y a pas d'obligation en tant qu'entreprise ou association ou administration de calculer son bilan carbone. Normalement, en Europe, c'est une obligation. Je ne sais pas dans vos pays respectifs, peut-être que ça serait intéressant d'échanger si vous savez ou pas. En Europe, normalement, il y a une obligation, mais il y a une obligation en fonction de la taille de l'entreprise. En France, c'est normalement, si je prends bien mes pages dans le bon sens, c'est normalement des grosses entreprises de 250 personnes ou des administrations. Pourquoi? Parce que déjà, ça a un coût financier pour les petites structures, il ne faut pas se leurrer. Il faut une personne qui s'en occupe. Et puis, tout le monde n'est pas en mesure de faire son bilan carbone. Donc, c'est là où on n'est pas égalitaire face à l'écologie. Il y a ça aussi. Il faut savoir que les grosses entreprises ne respectent pas forcément toujours le fait de calculer leur bilan carbone aussi. Donc nous, on a choisi en fait chez Wikimedia France de calculer notre bilan de carbone parce qu'on s'est dit que si on voulait agir sur l'écologie, il fallait qu'on ait des chiffres. Parce qu'en fait, c'est bien qu'on se dise qu'on ne fait pas assez, mais si on n'a pas de chiffres, on n'a pas de levier pour savoir sur quoi on veut agir. Donc pour calculer notre bilan de carbone, il nous fallait quand même un socle juridique et de décision, parce qu'on ne peut pas décider comme ça qu'on va calculer notre bilan carbone. Donc c'est une décision qui a été votée en Assemblée générale et qui a été aussi intégrée à notre plan d'action. On a des plans pluriannuels d'action chez Wikimedia France, et c'est quelque chose qui a été inscrit. Ils arrivent tous en même temps. Alors Rémi, voilà. Faut toujours qu'il se fasse remarquer. C'est en français.
Ah, pardon. Okay. Pourquoi c'est en français? Ah,
c'est en français.
Ah ouais,
ouais.
Okay.
Ça va, t'es rassuré?
Oui, bon, j'étais pas inquiet, mais...
je parlais du fait qu'on avait eu un socle juridique pour pouvoir lancer le calcul de notre bilan carbone. Voilà, tu prends le cheval en route.
Non, vas-y, continue un petit peu, puis je me greffe.
Je sens que tu vas t'asseoir. Tu peux, Rémi, t'inquiète pas. Donc, en fait, on a choisi d'avoir ces chiffres-là pour lancer notre bilan carbone. Donc, je vous parlais du fait que tout le monde n'était pas en obligation de le faire. Il faut savoir, pour être transparent, que ce bilan carbone, il a un coût financier qui est à peu près de 4 000 € pour le faire calculer par une entreprise. Sur le principe, c'est pas quelque chose de compliqué à calculer, mais en fait, il faut du temps. Il faut aimer les chiffres, il faut aimer les bases de données, comme Amélie, plus qu'Amélie. Et c'est quelque chose qui demande vraiment de l'énergie. Et passer par une entreprise, ça permet de montrer d'abord un chemin qu'on n'a jamais emprunté. Donc c'est très pratique en fait de le faire, en tout cas une première fois par une entreprise. Le coût, c'est 4 000 € à peu près. Je ne vous l'ai pas dit. Il faut savoir autre chose, c'est que quand on a décidé de calculer notre bilan carbone, en fait, ce qu'on voulait faire au tout début, c'est qu'on s'est dit que peut-être on voulait intégrer les bénévoles dans le calcul de ce bilan carbone. Il y a plein de bénévoles, Rémi pourra compléter sur les bénévoles et les adhérents, mais en fait, on a eu une limite un peu numérique et une limite aussi peut-être le fait que ça soit un peu intrusif. Je m'explique, c'est que quand en fait on vous demande, on vous pose des questions pour calculer votre bilan carbone, ça devient des questions qui peuvent être privées et personnelles et dérangeantes. Qu'est-ce que vous mangez? Est-ce que vous mangez de la viande? Comment vous vous déplacez? Comment vous partez en vacances? Qu'est-ce que vous portez? Et c'est des questions où on se sent pas toujours très à l'aise. Et c'est OK. Pour l'instant, c'est OK. Nous, on a choisi de ne pas aller plus loin. Mais je sais que, voilà, en tout cas, on a choisi de faire ce bilan carbone qu'avec des personnes qui étaient salariées. Et c'était un questionnaire qui était anonyme. Si tu veux compléter à chaque fois, tu dis. Alors, voilà, maintenant, on vous dévoile notre secret, qui n'est pas un secret puisque c'est filmé. Donc, ce que je vous expliquais, c'est que pour calculer son bilan carbone, donc l'entreprise, qu'est-ce qu'elle a fait? C'est qu'on lui a donné en fait nos fichiers comptables, et en fait, elle a analysé ces fichiers comptables pour faire des calculs. Ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que c'est jamais précis comme calcul, parce que déjà, en fait, elle se base parfois sur des moyennes. Pour vous donner un exemple, nous, actuellement, on loue un espace de coworking. Mais cet espace de coworking, en fait, n'a pas son bilan carbone. Parce qu'il ne le fait pas, ça ne l'intéresse pas. Donc nous, en fait, on est obligé, on ne peut pas se baser sur des vrais chiffres, et donc on se base sur des moyennes. Donc en fait, tout est presque nouveau, en tout cas dans ces domaines-là, et on tâtonne aussi un petit peu. Qu'est-ce que je voulais dire d'autre? Alors, les principaux domaines analysés dans un bilan carbone pour les entreprises, c'est les achats, les services, les déplacements, l'équipement, la restauration et l'hébergement. Donc nous, on avait un magnifique score de 84 tonnes de CO2, ce qui est équivalent à 47 allers-retours Paris-New York. Franchement, ça fait quelque chose. Moi, personnellement, ça m'a fait quelque chose de voir ce score. Rémi, toi, je sais pas. Je sais pas. Donc, en fait, c'est vraiment intéressant de matérialiser son empreinte carbone. Et voilà, en fonction de votre sensibilité, ça peut avoir du poids ou pas. Faut savoir qu'en fait, on est 14 salariés actuellement chez Wikimedia France, et que en fait, ça fait à peu près un bilan carbone de 2,2 tonnes de CO2 émis par salarié. En moyenne, en France, un Français émet 9,1 tonnes de CO2 dans sa vie. Donc dans vos pays respectifs, je ne sais pas, ça serait intéressant de savoir et de pouvoir comparer. Si on se réfère aux accords de Paris, normalement, on devrait émettre que 2 tonnes de CO2 pour ne pas dépasser les 1,5 degrés, qui nous amènerait à une situation explosive. Donc on devrait faire 1 tonne de CO2 dans notre vie perso et 1 tonne de CO2 dans notre vie professionnelle. Pas possible. Actuellement, c'est un peu compliqué. Tu veux rajouter quelque chose ?
C'est intéressant de savoir ça. L'avantage du bilan carbone, c'est que ça fournit au moins une mesure. C'est compliqué de mesurer combien est-ce qu'on émet en tant qu'organisation, comme la somme de ce que chaque individu produit, mais ce que l'organisation aussi elle-même produit. Donc l'avantage de cette méthode, c'est que ça, au moins, ça fournit un objectif, ça fournit un chiffre qu'on peut débattre. Et je sais qu'il y a des pourfendeurs du bilan carbone de sa méthode, d'autres qui sont très en faveur de ce système-là. Il a le mérite d'exister. Il a le mérite au moins de nous fournir une base de travail. Comme l'a très bien expliqué Céline, on n'a pas pu tout calculer. En réalité, on est au-delà de ça. Puisque si on voulait calculer effectivement tout l'impact d'une association comme Wikimedia France, il faudrait rajouter, on l'a mentionné, les réunions de bénévoles dans chaque ville, les déplacements pour aller prendre des photos à un endroit, etc. Il faudrait tout intégrer. On ne peut pas tout intégrer. Donc on est obligé de rester dans un cadre mesurable facilement, etc. C'est vrai que je ne peux pas dire que c'est choquant. Enfin, moi, ça m'a pas choqué. Ça m'a juste mis le nez devant la réalité. De toute façon, je m'en doutais un peu que ce qu'on produit. Et encore, je pense qu'on n'est pas l'organisation wikimédienne la plus polluante, notamment parce que on a très peu de serveurs, qui est quand même un des enjeux aussi importants en termes de pollution. Et le piège en plus, c'est que vous voyez peut-être l'année dans laquelle on l'a effectué, on était en période de sortie de pandémie. Donc en plus, tous les grands déplacements internationaux n'avaient pas encore totalement repris. Donc là, ça va être l'enjeu également de poursuivre le calcul pour les années qui sont passées et les années à venir. Et je pense que malheureusement, le score va augmenter. Mais c'est là qu'on va vous parler après de ce qu'on essaye de mettre en place du coup pour limiter, voire réduire notre impact, parce que même si Wikimedia France n'est pas une association militante écologiste, ce n'est pas notre mission première, il n'empêche que, comme l'a très bien rappelé Céline, il y a des accords globaux, il y a des objectifs globaux, et en fait chacun doit faire un peu sa part, et je pense que Wikimedia France doit aussi faire la sienne dans le cadre de ses missions, quoi. Voilà.
Yes. Qu'est-ce que je voulais dire ? Je voulais vous montrer, on vous dévoile tous nos secrets. Je voulais vous montrer...
Pas tous quand même, déconne pas.
Non. Tu vas appuyer à ma place au cas où ?
Non, vas-y.
Nos secrets écologiques. Donc c'est vraiment nos 3 gros postes d'émissions. Et en fait, c'est pas vraiment... c'est pas une grosse surprise, on peut pas dire que c'est une surprise, puisqu'on est une association avec... quand même un focus sur le numérique. On se déplace, on a de l'hébergement. Donc c'est pas... Enfin, hébergement, restauration, tout ce qui est événementiel. Donc c'est pas une grosse surprise. Mais ce qui nous permet de se dire qu'en tout cas, c'est sur ces 3 gros postes qu'on veut pouvoir avoir un levier. Et juste pour votre information, sur le résultat global de notre bilan carbone, on a eu beaucoup de mal à se dire comment se situer par rapport aux autres, notamment associations ou entreprises dans le numérique en France, parce qu'en fait, on est trop atypique pour pouvoir avoir des autres référents, parce qu'on ne fait pas de profit, on est une association et on a un fonctionnement qui est atypique. Donc c'est aussi compliqué pour nous de voir où on est. Voilà. Voilà. Bah, tu vois, je parlais de secret. L'idée maintenant, c'est un peu de vous expliquer en fait comment on fait pour faire des choses, parce que c'est bien de partir du constat, mais nous on aime bien agir. Donc comment on a fait, c'est qu'en fait on s'est réunis collectivement, et puis on a fait ce que les Wikimédiens savent le mieux faire, c'est débattre, parler, argumenter, se disputer, redébattre, et jusqu'à ce qu'en fait un consensus émerge. Et en fait, on a à peu près une vingtaine de propositions, en tout cas, qu'on a pu trouver. Ouais. Et ensuite, voilà, l'idée, c'est de faire un accompagnement, en tout cas des salariés, pour les aider, en tout cas, à les mettre en place. Mais ce qu'on voulait, c'est un peu vous mettre un peu dans un peu la confidence, en tout cas, des échanges qu'on a eus, parce que je trouve qu'ils sont assez intéressants et qui peuvent peut-être faire écho à vos propres pratiques et vos propres questionnements. Et je voulais parler notamment des débats qu'on avait eus sur le transport. Est-ce qu'on prend l'avion? Est-ce qu'on prend le train? Pour avoir pris le train de Paris à Katowice, voilà, faut être brave. Et donc nos débats sur le transport, ça a été est-ce qu'on prend le train, enfin, est-ce qu'il y a une durée sur le train? Ça veut dire, est-ce que au-delà de 7 heures de train, je sais pas, on prend l'avion? Ou est-ce qu'il y a des gens qui, par exemple, ont une famille et qui doivent peut-être rentrer parfois plus tôt, qui ont des obligations, peuvent prendre l'avion? Et c'est vraiment des débats qui sont impactants parce que, en fait, ça touche aussi votre vie personnelle. C'est pour ça que l'écologie, c'est un sujet qui est... Sorry. Qui est... qui est important. Donc du coup, cette question sur le transport, finalement, elle a été tranchée. Et ce qui a été décidé, c'est que en France, on prendrait le train. Et que dans les capitales européennes les plus proches, on prendrait aussi le train. Typiquement, Londres, c'est à 2 heures de Paris, c'est pas ce qu'il y a de plus compliqué. Et au-delà, en tout cas, il y aurait une possibilité de prendre l'avion. Il y a quand même des dérogations pour cas d'urgence, enfants malades, voilà, ce qui peut arriver dans la vie de tous les jours. Mais c'est un vrai débat à avoir. Il y a un autre débat, sauf si tu veux compléter, Rémi, tu me dis. Il y a un autre débat qui est encore plus important en France que le transport, c'est la nourriture. Il ne faut pas embêter les Français avec la nourriture, parce que la nourriture, c'est vraiment important en France. Et nous, on fait des événements, en tout cas, et on a des traiteurs, la plupart du temps, auxquels on fait appel et qui se chargent de la nourriture. Or, on sait que la viande est quelque chose de très énergivore, qui consomme beaucoup. Et on s'est beaucoup posé la question de savoir si, en fait, dans nos futures prestations, on enlevait la viande. Alors là, je ne vous dis pas les débats. Je peux totalement comprendre parce qu'en fait, la nourriture, ça reste quand même personnel dans sa vie et que, voilà, c'est compliqué, mais urgence climatique, il y a. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Il y a eu 2 priorités qui ont été, 2 pistes qui ont été mises en place. C'est privilégier déjà le 0 déchet dans nos événements, c'est-à-dire que maintenant, on fait appel à des traiteurs dans lesquels on n'a pas de plastique. Donc, ils arrivent avec leur vaisselle. Ils partent avec leur vaisselle, ils font la vaisselle. Et en tout cas, on produit plus de plastique, nous-mêmes, en tout cas, sur ces événements qui sont hyper pollueurs. Et sur la viande, pour l'instant, je pense qu'il n'y a pas de consensus, même si on essaye, en tout cas, ne rigole pas Cédric, je t'ai vu, on essaye de faire le plus de légumes et on essaye de faire à peu près 20% de viande. Mais c'est un sujet qui est en tout cas trop clivant pour l'instant. Et la priorité a été donnée au 0 déchet. Si tu veux, Rémi.
Ouais, juste rajouter quelque chose. Dans ma position en tant que directeur, je pense que l'enjeu important, c'est de dire, quand on veut agir pour réduire notre empreinte carbone, ça a un coût financier pour l'organisation. Du coup, c'est l'équilibre que l'on trouve entre mettre plus d'argent pour aller vers des traiteurs 0 déchet, pour aller vers des transports plus chers, pour essayer en tout cas de décarboner au maximum l'organisation, versus l'argent que l'on met pour les missions de l'association, pour les missions de Wikimedia France. Soutenir les bénévoles, soutenir le libre partage, etc. Et là, il y a un équilibre qui n'est pas forcément évident à trouver, parce que effectivement, quand on va discuter avec des bénévoles ou avec le staff, etc., logiquement, la question, ça va être de dire l'argent que les donateurs nous donnent, que la fondation nous verse, etc., il doit d'abord aller aux missions de l'association, ce qui est parfaitement entendable. Et du coup, là, il y a un équilibre également politique, on peut le dire, à trouver sur, OK, on accepte de prendre des prestataires pour nos goodies plus chers. On accepte de payer plus qu'on aurait payé avec d'autres, mais parce qu'au moins, on sait que ça va être des prestataires beaucoup plus respectueux de l'environnement, etc. Oui, on accepte de payer des traiteurs plus chers, parce que du coup, ils vont prendre en charge la vaisselle, il y aura 0 déchet, etc. Et là, il y a un équilibre qui est pas forcément évident. Donc, ça prend du temps à débattre, on n'a pas fini de débattre encore. Il y a comment est-ce qu'on implémente ça après dans les processus de l'association vraiment au long terme. Et pareil, là, on est encore dans cette phase de rédaction, d'amélioration de nos chartes internes pour essayer d'implémenter ça de manière beaucoup plus concrète. C'est un processus qui va être long. Il faut accepter, prendre le temps pour ça. Et il faut aussi accepter que ça ait un coût pour l'association. Il faut accepter de payer plus cher certaines choses. C'est aussi voilà, un enjeu qui est pas simple, mais sur lequel il faut passer. Voilà.
Je crois qu'il nous reste... Do we have more time? Oula, ok. On va juste vous parler de... Ouais, mais on a commencé en retard, c'est pas juste. Hein.
Sorry.
Could we have 5 minutes more? Ok, c'est pas négociable. On veut juste vous faire un tout petit feedback sur quelques expériences qu'on a menées, parce que je trouve que c'est intéressant, parce qu'en fait, on n'a pas attendu, parce que comme Rémi l'a précisé, en fait, c'est un processus qui doit être voté aussi par l'Assemblée générale, par le conseil d'administration, pardon. Et ça va prendre du temps, mais on a déjà fait quelques petites expériences dont on voulait vous parler, et je pense qu'il n'y a rien de mieux que des photos. Et voilà ce qu'on a fait. Pour vous dire à peu près, c'est qu'on a une journée culture et numérique chaque année qui est superbe. Si vous êtes en France, que je vous conseille de venir voir, qui est pour les personnes dans les institutions culturelles. Ouais, mais c'est rapide quand même. Et donc, en fait, on a loué un éco-kit et on s'est dit, en fait, comment on va faire la vaisselle? Parce que franchement, personne ne veut faire la vaisselle. Hein. Déjà, chez soi, personne ne veut la faire. Mais alors là, c'était encore pire. Et en fait, on s'est amusé à faire la vaisselle. Et Mickaël, qui est là, a fait des montagnes avec la vaisselle. Donc en fait, l'écologie, c'est pas que punitif. Ça peut aussi créer des liens. Mais ça prend plus de temps. Ensuite, on a eu un problème. Parce que cet éco-kit, il fallait le ramener. Mais on ne pouvait pas le ramener en voiture. Parce que sinon, ça serait un non-sens de ramener un éco-kit en voiture. L'éco-kit, c'était toute la vaisselle qui avait été... proposé pendant cet événement. Donc j'ai dû traverser Paris avec mon caddie pour ramener l'éco-kit. Je vous jure, c'est un enfer, le métro parisien avec un éco-kit. On a fait d'autres petites choses. On a fait des vidéos sur les Wikimedia en résidence. On a 3 Wikimedia en résidence actuellement qui sont éco-responsables, où en fait, quand on a produit ces vidéos, on a essayé de mesurer quel était notre impact sur l'environnement. Et on s'est aperçu, on a produit, je crois, 17 vidéos, ce qui est quand même beaucoup, mais on s'est aperçu que ça faisait à peu près, je crois, en termes de trajet, un Rennes-Varsovie, ce qu'on a produit. Donc en fait, c'est quand même beaucoup. Mais au moins, on a une mesure et on peut avoir un levier. Pourquoi vous avez un shampoing sur cette photo? Ça n'a pas de sens. Tout simplement parce qu'on a fait une expérience où on a fait un espace de don entre nous, toujours dans la même optique. En fait, on crée du lien avec l'écologie. On punit pas, on essaie de créer du lien. Et donc, ce magnifique shampoing qui est à Alejandra, je crois, qui est en ligne, à qui je fais des bisous, elle l'a proposé en fait sur notre espace, en tout cas de don. Et il a très vite trouvé preneur chez une autre salariée. La dernière chose que j'essaye de faire, j'ai dit bien j'essaye, c'est de faire une politique des petits pas. C'est-à-dire que quand on essaie d'aller chercher nos déjeuners à midi, souvent on a le réflexe de prendre des sacs en plastique pour 15 mètres, 20 mètres, alors que ça va finir à la poubelle. Et donc j'ai fait ce que j'appelle un arbre à tote bag. Avec plus ou moins de succès. Mais je fais ce que je peux. Voilà, donc l'idée, c'est en tout cas de ne pas être... juste de proposer et de dire qu'il y a une autre alternative. Et ces tote bags, ils ont été faits de manière éco-responsable, ils sont brandés, ils sont beaux, ils sont propres. Donc, en tout cas, c'est une alternative. Voilà, c'est des choses qu'on a faites.
Et on n'aura pas trop de temps pour les questions, mais évidemment, on sera ravis d'y répondre après. Je pense qu'il y a 2 éléments aussi qu'on n'a pas rajoutés. Premièrement, c'est qu'on a fait le choix du coup de nommer une responsable environnement à Wikimedia France. Donc du coup, Céline est en charge vraiment de porter ces sujets-là en interne, de proposer des solutions et d'amener des idées, etc. Je pense que c'est un élément important. Et puis, il y a l'objectif après d'internaliser ces compétences cette année, c'est-à-dire comment est-ce que nous-mêmes, on calcule notre bilan carbone, comment est-ce qu'on le fait progressivement. Et donc, il y a aussi une montée en compétences de l'équipe, des bénévoles également, parce que l'idée, c'est aussi d'implémenter, que les bénévoles soient impliqués dans ces enjeux-là. Et puis, bah, voilà, c'est mentionné là. Et puis, bah, évidemment, peut-être essayer de continuer de nous améliorer là-dessus pour les années à venir. Voilà. Je clôt pour 10
Faire
secondes.
une Wikimania 2026 éco-responsable, on n'en sait rien. Peut-être.
Ouais.
Peut-être.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much, everyone. Sorry, we don't have time for the question answer session, but maybe in the coffee break, you could reach out to him and to the team and ask them questions. And we'll resume the session at 3:30. Thank you so much.
I'm not gonna sing. Oh. So hi all, thanks for being here. We want to talk to you about slaps. Oh, hi. Well, let's just wait another minute. It's a very strange door behind me. Anyway, this morning we had some sessions on user safety and disinformation, and one of the things that were described really nicely for me is that bad faith actors, when they dislike some information and they want to remove it, they have several options from their perspective. One is, of course, to try to block the source. Another one is to discredit the source, but also to attack the people who are responsible for the source. And we're here for the third option, attacking the people. We're here to talk about SLAPS. SLAPS is a funny abbreviation for strategic lawsuits against public participation. In its simplest form, it is when a really powerful company or a very rich personality sues either a journalist or a media or an activist when they dislike information about them being shared or written about. Quite often, like one of the way to recognize a SLAP lawsuit is that it isn't necessarily intended to win in court, but its main intention is to make sure that the other side, so the journalist or the activist, spends a lot of money, time, and let's say also emotions on this, and is therefore distracted from whatever they are doing or writing about or researching about. Now I said media organizations, journalists, and activists, but important for me is that you know that we also have quite a few Wikimedia and Wikipedia cases where either individual Wikipedians or Wikimedia organizations have been slapped. Well, one of the recent ones is, and even Ivo, Mr. Wikimedia Estonia, is in the room, is from Estonia, where there has been a pension reform. And one of the criticisms of the pension reform was that a very rich businessman is going to benefit from it because of his business interests. And this information that was also written about in many media outlets was included in the Wikipedia article, and the person strongly disliked it. And then went to court and basically sued Ivo from Wikimedia Estonia. If you have questions to him, he's here in the room. I think everything went, like basically the court rejected this case, but still Ivo is stuck with, a legal bill of a few thousand euros, which is not negligible. And it's certainly not very fair. Another case that we have, and that is still ongoing, now I have no idea how to pronounce Caesar in Portuguese, as I said before, but it is this guy, De Passo, a very rich Portuguese person, and this person also has had some ties to the far-right party in Portugal. This information was included in the Wikipedia article. The person really disliked that this information is included in the Wikipedia article and sued individual users plus the Wikimedia Portugal, and then the Wikimedia Foundation stepped in and said basically, hey, sue us instead of all these people, please. The case is quite complicated. He also sued a few media companies. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court. Now, unfortunately, in this case, in the final instance, the Wikimedia Foundation lost. And the Supreme Court of Portugal said that the inaccurate information needs to be removed. But even more worryingly, it said that the Wikimedia Foundation must give out the names and the personal data of the users who were editing this article, which the Wikimedia Foundation refuses to do. I cannot go too much into detail what will happen next. Just want to say that this case, the Wikimedia Foundation has not given up on this case and believes that the Portuguese decision contradicts EU law and is checking possible ways forward how to escalate this further up the judicial system. But yeah, very worrisome, because here the person also wants to basically de-anonymize the users, which of course would put us and our users in a very bad position if this precedent is held up. Another case from way back in Italy, there were like two Italian politicians that sued, was it Wikimedia Italia or the foundation? No, actually it was the foundation. Oh, okay, Wikimedia Italia, okay. For millions and millions, but in the end, basically the courts rejected the case. This was like a positive outcome for us, of course. What is important for me that we remember, just to set the scene, is that not only media organizations and journalists get slapped, no, Wikipedians and Wikimedians and Wikimedia organizations also regularly get slapped. I presented 3 cases, but the statistics that we could find is that since 2014, there have been 35 to 40 such cases against our movement, out of which about 25 were in the EU. Which nicely brings us to the topic that my colleague Michele here will talk about today, is the European Union recently passed a anti-slaps directive, which sets minimum safeguards for the protection of journalists and activists against such slap cases. Now, all the EU member states will need to implement it in the next 2 years, and basically want to tell you what's to be expected and what we want out of this implementation. Beyond that, this is not just an EU issue. The Council of Europe is a larger body that includes the UK and Turkey and Ukraine and Switzerland and Bosnia, basically all countries in Europe almost. They also have recommendations on slaps that basically is not binding, but still recommends their member states to take measures against this. Last I've heard, this topic is also being picked up in Brazil by the legislators, so it's not going to stay only in Europe, but we see from the Wikimedia Foundation statistics that most slap cases against the Wikimedia movement have been in Europe so far. And with this, I'll pass on to Michele, who'll take you through the actual legislation at hand.
Hello, thank you, Dimi. Yeah, so as Dimi said, the slabs has been a worrisome phenomenon. So the European Union last April adopted this directive, which introduces protection for persons who engage in public participation from manifestly unfounded claims or abusive court procedure. So this is the so-called anti-slap directive, and but there has been also another soft law tool that's been adopted at European level in 2022, and this is a recommendation. And I'm mentioning this because if on the one hand the directive is a legal binding tool, so member states, they need to transpose and to achieve the goal, so to introduce these safeguards for those persons that engage in public participation, the recommendation, legally speaking, is not binding, it's just a guideline, and there are differences between the recommendation and the directive, meaning that the recommendation has a broader scope and ask the member states to introduce, for instance, protections also for not only cross-border cases but also domestic cases. And as Dimi was mentioning, also the Council of Europe in this April adopted a recommendation that again has a broader scope and has a paragraph specifically dealing with anonymous public participation, and this is quite important for Wikimedians and Wikipedians, because asks member states to introduce safeguards protecting anonymity, and we all know that especially in certain countries anonymity is very important. So I'm going to talk a little bit more then about like the anti-slap directive, and I would like to start with some definitions, because in the directive there is a difference between abusive court proceeding against public participations and manifestly unfounded claims. And this distinction is important because abusive court proceedings are those ones that they where the European legislator foresee the more safeguards compared to the manifestly unfounded claims. So what is it, an abusive court proceeding? Is a claim that an action that has been brought not just to generally assert a right, but to prevent and reduce public participation and normally pursue an unfounded claim. And on the other hand, and so abusive court proceeding can be partially or completely unfounded. So then what is it, public participation? in the directive there is this definition, and so it's when normally someone engages in an activity that can be the making of a statement or carrying out an activity. So, and this is a quite broad definition, meaning that it encompasses the possibility where when a Wikipedian writes an article on Wikipedia, and this with a matter of public interest. And in the directive, there is an explanation what is it then a matter of public interest, and this is like a matter that affects the public to such an extent that the public has an interest in it, such as, I don't know, arguments like an environment, climate change, on the exercise of like fundamental rights, so freedom of expression, or activity of public figures, or allegation of corruptions or fraud. And so this is quite broad again, because the goal of the directive is like to encompass a quite broad activities, and not protecting just journalists or media organizations that normally are supposed to be SLAPP targets. So the scope of the directive, because it's very important, because the European Union has a limited competence, and which is established in the European treaties. So a matter to be covered by the directive, so to be within the material scope, has to be a civil or commercial claim. So there is, and has to have like a cross-border dimension, because the European Union doesn't have any competence on criminal or administrative law, and so this is, as I was like mentioning before, a huge difference between the recommendations and the directive because of this limitation. So the both recommendations have a broader scope, and the directive is just limited to this civil and commercial matters. And with regard to the personal scope, as I said, the protections are foreseen not only for the journalist and media organization, but the directive talks about natural or legal person who engage in public participation. So this is very broad. So it could be a journalist, even though there is no definition of journalist. What is a journalist in the directive? Again, this is done on purpose. And it could be activists and human rights defenders, and but so it's quite broad. And of course, Wikipedians fall within the personal scope of the directive. So the directive, as Dimi pointed out, establishes just minimum requirements, which means that member states need to adopt a legislation that, I mean, with the minimum safeguards, but they can go much farther. And this is actually something that for us is very important, because in the next activity we will focus on the transposition of the directive, and there member states, as the directive points out, may, so they're not obliged, but they can go much farther. And another very important aspect of this Article 3 is like that member states, they cannot use this directive as an excuse to diminish the protection that they already have in place. And because some members said they already have like some rules protecting like activists or journalists, and so this cannot be an excuse for some governments to say, oh, okay, now we have this directive, we're going to change our rules and so diminish the protections. So, but what are these protection? With Wikimedia Europe, we engaged with a coalition which is called CASE, which is a coalition against SLAPPs in Europe, and there were like 3 main points. So the first one was like the introduction of this early dismissal mechanism. So the directive foresees that for manifesting unfounded claims, SLAPP targets can submit a request to have like an early dismissal mechanism. And this is very important, because this early dismissal mechanism can have a deterrent effect. So people who have like lots of power and they want to sue someone, they can be in a way scared, and so they could decide in the end not to carry out this legal claim. the second aspect is like this cross-border dimension. During the adoption of the directive, this has been changed, and now there is a presumption that a matter has a cross-border dimension, except if both parties of the lawsuit are domiciled in the same member state as the court sized, and if all other relevant elements are like located in the same member states, and this is left to the appreciation of the judge case by case. And but this is quite, again, a broad definition, and this is good because otherwise there is no protection. If it's not proved this cross-border dimension, there is no possible protection. And the third one is like the compensation of damages, which with compensation of damages I refer to different types of things. So the first one is like that the defendant can ask for the full award of cost proceedings, and on the other hand, there could be, if it's foreseen in the national law, it could also ask for damages. So if someone sues me and then in the end lost, I can ask for being compensated with the damages that I suffered. That can be material but also immaterial damages. And then the directive foresees also a lot of other protections. So for instance, the defendant can ask for a security, meaning that he can ask if to the claimant that he has to deposit some money to cover like the cost and possibly also the damages. So this is also introduced to have a deterrent effect. Then there is like this rule which establishes that if the claimant at one moment withdraw or like amend his claim, this doesn't even affect the defendant, that can still apply for the protection that are foreseen in the directive. And this has been introduced because what happened and normally happens in several cases is like that. Then the claimant put forward like a claim, it modifies, and then the defendant that initially suffered possibly also some damages is like left alone with no protection. So in this case, no. And the third element is like that also other association can join the defendant and can help him during the process. So also this point is very important. And so then there are like I would like to point out to point number 6 that I think that is very relevant for Wikimedia. So the directive foresees the possibility to refuse for a court the recognition and enforcement of a third country decision, that if that case had been brought before a European court would have like amount to a abusive proceeding, and at the same time gives the possibility for the slap target to ask for again compensation, both of the costs that suffered before like the third country court and also for damages. So these are like the main points of like the directive, and I would like now to talk a little bit about like the transposition phase, because as I said before, we are going to focus in the next 2 years. The directive needs to be transposed within 2 years, so it's May 2026, and we are going to focus on some points. As I said, like the early dismissal mechanism is not automatic, so it's the appreciation of the judge when the slap target asks for an early dismissal to evaluate case by case. But this is, in our view, shouldn't be the case. If prima facie the defendant can prove that there is no ground for the claim, the judge should grant this early dismissal mechanism. And there should be also the halt of the main proceeding, because this is also another important point. Then there is the definition of cross-border dimension. As I was explaining before, the European Union has a limited competence, so there should be this cross-border dimension. But as I previously mentioned, the recommendation adopted by the European Commission asks the member states to provide for the same safeguards also for domestic cases. So this is for us another important aspect, because also domestic cases should have like the same level of protection. And then in the end, there is the point number 3 that says like that the court could also take by ex officio, so by its own initiative, the possibility to award like some safeguards. But this is just a possibility. It's not mandatory for member states when they will transpose the directive to have such a rule, and this is quite also important, so it should be there in every member state legislation. And then in the end there is like the possibility to ask for damages. Again, this was like a very controversial point when the directive was like negotiated, and member states, they didn't want, because they're like very jealous of their jurisdiction. And so now the directive say that the defendant can ask for damages if the national law provides so, which means that it's just a possibility. And again, this is another very important point, that if the SLAP target can ask for damages, this is a very powerful tool, because then the claimant will think twice, no, to sue someone, if then knows that you can ask back damages, especially when they ask you for millions of euros, as was the case for the that were like the Angelucci brothers asked for 20 millions of euros, so it was like very, very much. So as I was like saying, yes, here we are, and then that's it. I thank you for your attention, and if you have any question, please, we're here.
Hey, so just to wrap it up, we have, in the next few years, there will be many countries across Europe, but also outside of Europe, that will be working on anti-SLAPP legislation. We would like to have better damages, early dismissal mechanisms and proper ones, and a good definition of cross-border cases. So just like to put it into your heads, if you ever come across something like this and you want to work on this, please reach out to us, and then we can basically prepare everything for you, and then you can go and advocate in your country. I just want to say an honorable mention. Ivo is here. Ivo is the Estonian guy who got his, who was sued in Estonia. So, yeah. Yeah, he won. But did you get your money back, or well?
Yes, in the end, I didn't need to pay anything. But we assume that the person who sued me had cost at least 10,000 euros related to just suing me.
Is there anybody who wants to?
Thank you. I have a question about the cross-border dimension. Isn't the fact that Wikipedia is based abroad enough to grant a cross-border dimension in a case involving Wikipedia, or not?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, I think that it depends. It depends on the concrete case. But yes, I mean, yeah. But the cross-border dimension, it's within the EU.
Okay, so since it is based in the US, maybe it's not okay.
So if it's a third country, it's not.
If a French person sues us from Italy, it's separate. But we do want to work with you on this, definitely, for the transposition. And do you think there is also scope for working also on the criminal part, or it's out of discussion?
No, of course it is very important, because as I said, the directive, because the European Union has this limited competence just on civil matters with cross-border dimension, is limited to that. But of course, lots of like SLAPP cases are based on defamation, and normally defamation, it should be decriminalized, and should be very targeted, because it can affect freedom of expression, and also it can be also some administrative law cases as well. Also, when the public power exercise their power can be also another way to slap someone. So yes, when we're going to work at a national level, of course, these two, criminal law and administrative law, should be in.
Are there any concrete plans on how to make sure that we have extremely excellent Wikipedia article about what is a slap, and to make sure that it's present in as many European languages as possible? Because as well, we know that in the next 2 years, a lot of state officials are probably going to Google what exactly a slap is, and that kind of information that comes up in the search probably might change on how they actually behave, or what kind of how they view this topic.
Well, let's make a concrete plan with you right now. I mean, let's come together over lunch tomorrow and decide what we do. I assume we need Wikipedia articles on slaps in 24 or 5 languages that are well written. That would be a good start.
Do we have a last question? Anyone? Now it's the chance to ask the experts.
Not a concrete question, but I was wondering, these laws against defamation are sometimes needed to protect Wikipedians against defamation on off-wiki sites. And I wasn't able to formulate a question out of this, but I think there's a need to balance allowing everyone to say everything online about everyone, and preventing this from being misused.
Yes, I mean, I think every single country that I can think of has some rules or laws against defamation or similar. And from my perspective, it's important to have such rules, because otherwise anybody can really drag anybody else through the mud, and that's also not okay.
I definitely agree. Of course, you need like some protection, but well, maybe I was not clear before. But what it shouldn't be the case is, like, you know, in certain countries, like defamation is a crime, so you can get arrested and put in jail. So what we think, this shouldn't be the case. You know, even if there is like criminal law, there should be just a fine, no, you know, a sentence to jail.
Yeah, but just like there is, just to clarify this, there is no official Wikimedia position on whether defamation should be a crime or not. Like, we're not advocating on that.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for our speakers, please? Thank you. Our next speaker is here. Please, if you could join us.
Like on the foundation piece.
I agree with you. But that was his position. Like, when I mentioned to him, shouldn't be like, okay,
maybe, but then they should put it on their website, because here now we're gonna get dragged in a debate about.
But that's indeed a point, that we should know what is the position, because.
Secondo me alle 4:30.
No, bravo. Let me ask her. You want to be displayed?
Can you actually not? Sorry, can you not display these speakers, because they're just going to be there as background?
Okay. And you want your slides to be displayed?
Yes, slides with speakers.
Okay, and sorry, your
volunteer architect.
So this is her topic, volunteer something. The topic is volunteer archetypes. Yeah. Okay. Sure. And if we could display those.
The speaker notes.
I'm not sure.
It's just displaying the slide from the beginning.
Because we want to see preview presenters.
Yeah, the presenter.
A powiększej tak, żeby było większe.
Let's see how this goes. Hi, everyone. All right. Click. Click. Hey. Hi, folks. I'm Rita. I'm Design Director at the Wikimedia Foundation's Product and Tech team. And I'm here to share some work by the design and design research team at the Foundation that was led by Mike and Sneha, who should be on the call remotely today. And they will unmute and save me if I get into trouble at any point, I hope. Okay, so specifically, why am I here? Well, why we're all here, I think, is because of this shared vision. Imagine a world in which every single human being can freely share in the sum of knowledge. Okay, so this is a slightly wordier and less catchy foundation mission. The key sections that I pulled out is that we want to empower and engage people to contribute content to our projects into perpetuity. And we want to achieve this mission by making our projects multi-generational, bringing new people in. This is directly quoting from our product strategy. And to do that, we need to make sure that we grow our volunteers because our special ingredient is people. Specifically, the different kinds of people who volunteer their time and efforts to create free knowledge. And we need to nurture and grow those multiple generations of volunteers into the future. So that's what we want to achieve. I'm going to bring us back to our current situation. Looking only at Wikipedia and at editor volunteers, we can see that around about 2 billion people a month come to read Wikipedia. That's our best guess based on monthly unique devices. So this means the roughly 300,000 and change content contributors who we have each month only account for a tiny less than 0.02% of everyone that uses Wikipedia. And the long-term sticky editors that do continue are basically those that are left standing, having learned to navigate the lots of technical, social, and cultural hurdles that come their way. And so they do tend to have an outsized intrinsic motivation to continue. And our teams have been focusing on increasing retention of newcomers and other existing editor groups. Multiple teams have been working on removing barriers to editing. So, for example, the apps are working to make mobile editing easier. The growth team has built out a swath of features like the newcomer homepage and suggested edits that help newly registered accounts to start editing. We've also started exploring ways to use augmentation to simplify the contribution process. So investing in a machine-assisted tasks like the growth team has done and edit check by the editing team. And another area we've invested in is creating more and easier ways for topical contributors to collaborate. So we've built tools like the event registration tools by the campaigns team and event list building to make that easier. And for almost all of these projects, we've been using, I guess, more specific personas that help us to create or improve features that serve these existing volunteers. So personas are a design research creation that basically draw up a representation of a certain group of people that use our products driven by the same behaviors, motivation, pain points, and goals. So you can see some of the foundation personas listed here. I'll just delve into one of the examples. So this is one of the new editor experience personas that was created in 2017 that the growth team has really used to identify pain points from newbies that come to edit on Wikipedia. So it's a pretty typical example of a persona. You have the name, Jay-He, the details like their age, their fake background that is meant to be representative of that group. Here's another example. This is an example of multilingual editors on small wikis that were created to help the language team understand this current set of users more and make better experiences for them in tools like the content translation tool. So personas have been extremely useful for us to optimize and increase our current users, right? It's, however, kind of a local maximum because we're looking to increase the retention of existing newcomers and other folks that are already here in some way. So instead of personas, this project that we embarked on was to create volunteer archetypes instead that can hopefully be used more widely across the movement, not just on specific products or groups, and act as a shared language that can translate and traverse across different types of volunteering tasks. So we don't want to just focus on wiki folks, we want to zoom out to people who might not even be on Wikipedia at all yet, but have the same behaviors and motivated to volunteer in similar ways online. Okay, so why does anyone volunteer their time online? V1 volunteer archetypes is our first attempt to answer this question. So this is a quote from the design company Method that kind of encapsulates why we want to develop these strategic level archetypes. So they're meant to be forward-thinking and aspirational. So hopefully it helps us to cater to folks that are on Wiki, but also maybe especially so for folks that aren't on Wiki yet. And yeah, like I said, the aim is to establish this common language for all of us to start working on, like, talking about what kinds of folks do we want to start prioritizing, growing and nurturing to be more on our projects. And part of archetypes is removing some of those specific name and biographical details that, and yeah, kind of move it to more abstract character types that can hopefully increase inclusivity as well, because we can concentrate on the behavior and goals rather than what someone looks like. And yeah, so for the project, we define volunteers as anyone who spends their free time participating in, growing and shaping content used by others online. So for on Wiki, that means content editors, admin stewards, bot writers, developers, event organizers, etc. And how we translated that would be in offline places. It could be forum moderators on Reddit or Discord, or open source developers that contribute to Stack Overflow, or review writers on TripAdvisor, citizen scientists on iNaturalist. So yeah, our focus was really to gather data outside of Wiki by running a survey to learn about motivations and behaviors of non-Wikipedia volunteers, Wikimedia volunteers. And so the first part of this survey was identifying what are the different types of online spaces where internet volunteers work. So like I said, like forums, like subreddit, people who contribute to photography on Unsplash or Flickr, folks who contribute to content creation, looking at improving maps, adding reviews online. And we asked them survey questions about their motivations for their main online volunteering space, along with information about their relationship to Wikipedia and just general, demographic internet usage info. And so I'm going to delve into the part you maybe all came for. So we received 1,376 responses from folks who identified as online contributors. And this chart shows a snapshot of where they fall in the different categories. So the different places they said that they like to volunteer online, and we also asked them to indicate the main place they like to volunteer online. And you can see here that submitting reviews was the largest group, and preserving or documenting cultural heritage was the smallest group. So about less than 10% said that they did that, and then I think 1% said that that was their main, their main jam. And so there, the results were analysed to find patterns and groupings in their motivations. And yeah, from the sort of initial analysis, we saw 2 distinct types of volunteers emerge, which we ended up calling specialists or generalists. So specialists tend to spend more time participating, volunteering online, and they're generally more dedicated and are focused on, passion topics. Generalists spend less time volunteering overall, and they like to do more low-effort tasks that maybe are considered more social, like review writing. And so from there, we grouped 5 core motivations. So motivations motivated by benefits, like passion or learning, society and culture, motivated by community, motivated by self-fulfillment. And from those 5 core motivations, we found some 6 distinct pattern groupings, which is how we came up with these initial V1 volunteer archetypes. Okay, so I'm going to give you a brief overview of these archetypes. I will share the link to the full set of slides/cards so you can peruse at the end. Okay, so this first overview table compares the different archetypes. As you can see, we've identified each by their sort of like differentiating key motivation, as well as their relationship to Wikipedia as compared to the other folks in the study. And so for each archetype as well, we've tried to identify what we think are key opportunities for us to increase their participation on wikis. So the first one is called the benefit-driven contributor. This was the largest group that we had. About a third of the survey population fell into this group. They're pretty strongly motivated in all areas, and they also have a higher level of volunteering activity. And we think for a few reasons that most of the general editors will fall into this space. And we saw both specialists and generalists in this group. The second is the casual participant, which is kind of the complete opposite. They are pretty low-key and weakly motivated in all of the areas, and they have lower levels of activity. They're mostly generalists, so they'll just kind of do a little bit of contribution here and there. And we're thinking that they're looking for things that are low effort, that are easy to do. Ironically, even though they have the lowest barriers to contributing, to volunteering, they are, much less likely to want to do it, which is in contrast to the passionate advocate. They have very high barriers to volunteering. They report lack of free time as the highest reason why they're not able to do more. But they're super motivated to share knowledge about social issues, cultures, but actually wanting to be more of a lone wolf type person. They're not interested in doing it as being part of a community as much. They just are passionate about the particular topic that they want to further. And interestingly, as I was talking about this group having the highest barriers to volunteering because they have low time, this was the only archetype where we saw a difference in that they were majority women survey respondents. All of the other archetypes were majority male. So yeah, that's maybe not super surprising. The next group that we have is the valued helper archetype. And this group were the most that identified as being community moderators. So folks who selected that their main thing they like to volunteer on was community moderation. So like being on subreddits or Discord channels. And we think for a few reasons that this may overlap with several types of Wikimedia community roles. And we're looking to sort of explore this further in a V2 archetypes study. The next group are the social hobbyists. And we saw people here being very strongly motivated to contribute related to a passion. And they like to work on things with other people. So this is kind of where they're different from the passionate advocates. They really like to volunteer and sort of like share their passion and hobbies. with other folks. So yeah, being in Unsplash or in music communities, etc. And they actually care less about lofty things like improving society and culture. It's more about enjoying their hobby community. And then finally, we have the engaged learner archetype. These people like to learn things for a couple of different reasons, and they also tend to be like more independent than the social hobbyists. And they are another group where we saw a difference in the demographics. They tended to be, on average, much older in their self-reported age. And probably for similar reasons, they also lean towards using desktop for contributing and accessing Wikipedia. Yeah, so that's a quick walkthrough of the V1 archetypes. Our aim is really for folks in the foundation and across the movement to start using them in planning their work at that sort of higher level of strategy and development. And we also hope that this kind of starts the conversations around how we want to broaden out ways we can bring people into volunteering online that we haven't previously considered. And then conversely, we want to start proposing what might be different incentives and benefits that we offer to people so that people who haven't previously, like who they have not previously thought about us, will start thinking, oh, okay, maybe this is a good place I can volunteer online. Yeah, so we've already started using them in our annual planning for next year. The contributors teams have started like using these in conversations about their work. We are also looking to share further the sort of storytelling value of these with other parts of the org, such as the communications and community growth teams. And today's talk is seeing if there is potential for you to use it as a tool in your work to increase volunteers across the movement. Yeah, of course, this is V1 because the project did proceed as a starting point. We, limited it first to an English-speaking population. There isn't that much demographic and regional info that's included in here, and we, didn't really connect it as much to Wikimedia volunteering because that wasn't the focus. So what is next is, firstly, connecting more with our on-wiki data. We want to start by mapping and comparing some of the findings from the Internet Volunteer Survey with the Community Insight Survey from 2024, where there were similar questions asked to contributors on Wiki about why they were motivated to edit. We want to do more data collection. We are looking at a new V2 survey with more Internet volunteers, potentially in other languages and regions. And yeah, I guess the last thing is getting feedback from people who start using these archetypes in their work and seeing what they think are opportunities and value propositions that we haven't covered, any missing data points, anything that they would like to see included in the next version. So that's it for me. Here's a link to the Etherpad survey. Sorry, Mike. Yeah, if you wanted to have a look at the slides, also link to the Commons file where the archetypes are. You can also leave feedback anonymously if you like in the Lime survey. But yeah, I had some discussion prompts here. Okay, sorry. Did the slides disappear? Can we maybe bring back up this last slide? Cool. Yeah, so question prompts, if you have questions, that's also fine, but we had some prompts for you as well. What resonates with you, what questions or curiosities does it raise, and how might you see this relating to work in your communities? But we can also bring back Mike and Sneha now, if there's other questions. Thank you. And I have 8 minutes left because maybe I talked too fast, so apologies if I did that.
Thank you for this. I just had a question about the survey. So I saw that it was English speaking, but was it a particular region? Because I imagine, the results would change based on the cultural context that you're doing these surveys in.
Mike, are you on the call too? So it was done on Prolific and it was done just with English speakers that were all around, but I think maybe Mike can offer more info.
Yeah, hi there. Can everybody hear me? Yes. Okay, excellent. First of all, thank you for the presentation, Rita, and thank you to everyone for having us and allowing us to present this work with the community. It was an excellent project to work on. In response to the question about the, I guess, backgrounds, linguistic and geographical of the survey participants, for version 1, we kind of had some limitations. We had to go with what we had access to on a relatively short timeline. We ended up with mostly participants from North America and from Central and Western Europe. And exactly as the question asker indicated, we absolutely intend to explore other regions and specifically other language communities in version 2, now that we have a little more time and space to work with. But there wasn't one region that dominated. It was relatively an equal mix of Central and Western Europe and the United States and Canada.
Hi, yeah, I have a question that for, I guess, your second phase, would you consider also other projects? Because Commons, it will be a lot of people taking pictures, or for example, Wikivoyage, then it will be very similar to TripAdvisor or Google Guides. So any consideration of looking into other sister projects? Because obviously, when we, like personally, I have ran like new beginner's guide and to train and your information, the slides that are presented are going to be very helpful in ensuring that we have different activities to cater to different contributors that feed into different types.
Yeah, certainly. I can respond to that as well. Yeah, exactly as the question asker indicated, we obviously have within the movement an extremely wide variety of activities that people choose to volunteer their time on. For the first version, we kind of cast a fairly wide net. We consulted with different audiences internally in the foundation, and we also worked very closely with the Wikimedia Foundation design group to essentially figure out how we could cast this wide net. It was tricky for us to figure out how to ask questions that kind of get to the action that people do. TripAdvisor obviously was mentioned. We've heard about different types of forum contributions. People do a lot of stuff out there that can be considered volunteer contributions, and kind of figuring out ways that we could differentiate between those types of contributions in a way that survey respondents could be expected to understand in the same way that we did. That actually took up quite a bit of the early stages of the project. It was something that we spent a lot of time trying to figure out. Moving forward into V2, we are absolutely trying to keep our ears open for new audiences, new forms of contribution, new ways that we can think about what these people are doing in the places where they kind of live online. So yeah, that question is very well taken, and we do plan to expand the scope of the places that we look at. But it's all, for us, it was kind of a tension balancing our conception of what online contribution, online volunteering means, and trying to somehow communicate that to survey participants that we weren't able to speak with directly, with the expectation that they would understand, the words that we were using basically in the same way that we were using them. So thank you for that question. It's very well taken, and that expansion of scope is absolutely something that we are working on for V2.
Another question, maybe, Maciej from Slovakia. Maybe this is a V3 material, but I'm thinking it would be interesting to see if there are any changes over time for people, like if they change from one archetype to another as their lives change or as their circumstances change and so on. Just a thought. Thank you.
Yeah. And Rita, I can't see you right now, so feel free to speak up as well. But yeah, I'm happy to respond to that as well. Yes, certainly. That is one of the main takeaways that you get when you look at the research on motivations to contribute to open source or peer production communities. Motivations, exactly as the question asker stated, they change over time. They change in response to changing life circumstances. They change in response to someone's changing role within a community. People in communities tend to move through a number of different roles throughout the lifetime of their contributions. It turns out motivation is kind of a complicated thing, and it presents a lot of challenges for measurement and for understanding. People are also subject to combinations of motivations, and those combinations kind of shift over time as well. So yeah, there is no end to the types of research, longitudinal and otherwise, that could be done in this space. Yeah, it does become one of those things where it's like, you know, inside of the foundation, there are product teams, there are people working on building things, and sometimes they have a need to make decisions on somewhat of a timeline. And so that is also a tension that that affects this type of research, regardless of where it happens. So that point is also extremely well taken. And yeah, I would love to see some interest in kind of a longitudinal survey or a longitudinal study of motivations to contributors, essentially. So thank you for that question. It's very well taken.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I'm from Wikimedia France Board, and those are also issues we are thinking about. I have one question. Does the archetypes actually take into account not online contributors like event organizers or people who get involved into chapters, user groups, who also gives a lot of time or a lot of their time to the movement, but are not so visible on the project, on the online project? So does the archetypes cover those people, or will they cover them in the future? Thanks.
I think for this V1, it was looking at different types of online volunteering primarily, but I'm sure, I mean, some of those would include folks that volunteer also a little bit in real life, IRL. But that's another area that I think we would consider expanding to as we look at what were some of the categories of volunteering that we missed in this first study. Anything to add, Mike or Sneha?
Not much, besides the observation that sometimes when you have timelines, decisions have to be made. Things need to be prioritized, and yeah, we exactly as Rita said, we basically had to focus on online volunteering for V1. We will continue that focus into V2, but just like all the points that have been made so far, the point about offline volunteering is also very well taken. People don't necessarily, like, we can't necessarily expect that people make a clean mental division between the online or offline quality of their contributions or their volunteering. All this stuff is related, and yeah, we very much hope that we have the opportunity to look into that in greater detail in the future.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our speakers, please.
Thanks, Mike and Sneha, for joining.
And with that, we'll welcome our next speaker.
Actually, website were all linked from the slide.
So your slides will be displayed. Our production team will help you with that.
Yeah. Yes. Hi everyone. This year's focus is collaboration of the open, and my talk will highlight its negative aspects. Openness is an important thing of which we are proud in Wikimedia, but sometimes it causes problems. Because Wikipedia is open to everyone, it is susceptible to vandalism, propaganda, low-quality edits, and inappropriate advertising. In this context, I will introduce and discuss the trend of Japanese media companies editing Japanese Wikipedia for purpose of entertainment and advertising. Multiple TV programs in Japan have edited Wikipedia to amuse their audiences by adding irrelevant information to articles, which violates various regulations of Japanese Wikipedia. Although this behavior has been heavily criticized by the Japanese Wikipedia community, as far as I know, it does not keep media companies from editing Wikipedia. I will talk about this lamentable situation today. This is the table of contents for today's talk. Among several similar incidents, I will provide two relatively well-known examples involving TV shows, Gokuraku Tombo Kakeru TV and Ano-chan no Denden Denpa. Next, I will highlight several other minor incidents which are not limited to TV. After that, I will provide analysis of this problem, propose possible solutions, and conclude with a relatively positive move in the media. I apologize that much of this presentation discusses senseless vandalism of a somewhat sexual nature. The first example is Gokuraku Tombo Kakeru TV, which was a variety show distributed by Abema, an online streaming service from 2017 to 2019. Gokuraku Tombo is the name of the comedy duo who hosted the show, and its literal meaning is heavenly dragonfly, which refers to a happy-go-lucky person in Japanese meaning. And kakeru means to bet in Japanese. In September and October 2017, this show uploaded various photos to Wikimedia Commons as part of the show's segment named Providing Sexy and Stupid Photos to Wikipedia. This show created its own account named Kakeru TV, and I will skip the editing history. I uploaded the slide, and if you would like to see the editing history, please download the slides. Yes, it's a quite chaotic. You can see the chaotic editing history of this article when you see it. And Gokuraku Tombo and other celebrities appearing in the show were involved in this segment, and their photos were added first to the Wikimedia Commons and added to the article after that. Most of the photos contained jokes of a sexual nature. I will provide an example to highlight the vandalistic nature of the show, but you may find it inappropriate because it ridicules sexual harassment. If this material might make you feel uncomfortable, please don't look at the file we are going to open. Would you please open the last link on the slide, Oppai Seijin? If you understand Japanese, Oppai Seijin sounds really stupid. You can see. Can you see that? I think the quality is not good. In short, a woman flashed her boobs, and she was followed by female breast-obsessed people. Actually, this is Kakeru TV's GIF named Oppai Seijin, which is a slang term for someone obsessed with female breasts in Japanese. Japanese Wikipedia has an article titled Oppai Seijin, and the account named Kakeru TV added this GIF file to the article on the 5th October 2017. The photo uploaded by Kakeru TV were mostly like this, unencyclopedic, low quality, and self-promotional. And its editing violated regulations about paid contribution too. Would you please go back to the slide? Okay. And to make matters worse, Yamamoto Keiichi, a member of Gokuraku Tombo, had been dropped by his agent in 2006 because of sexual misconduct against a minor. The case was settled out of court, and Yamamoto Keiichi waited for a while and returned to the entertainment industry. Thus, a suspect accused of sexual misconduct and once expelled from the entertainment industry made photos that mocked sexual harassment and added them to Wikimedia Commons to advertise this streaming show. In my opinion, this behavior was completely unacceptable. Kakeru TV tried to exploit Wikipedia and Wikimedia Commons for the purpose of revitalizing Yamamoto Keiichi's career. Due to criticism within the Japanese Wikipedia community, Kakeru TV apologized and stopped uploading photos. Most of the photos are currently not used in Wikipedia, although the portraits of celebrities participating in the show are cropped and used in biographical articles because they are not problematic. Okay, let's move on to a more recent example. Ano-chan no Denden Denpa, or Ano-chan's Radio Wave in English, is a late-night talk show broadcast by TV Tokyo. Its host Ano-chan is a Japanese female singer. The word denpa, or radio wave, is also used to refer to someone who believes in and propagates bizarre and insane ideas in Japanese. The title of the show implies that it has eccentric ideas. Ano-chan no Denden Denpa broadcast an episode named Let's Edit Wikipedia on the 13th February 2024, in which the host edited an article on Pale Dusk, a Japanese rock band whose members were guests of the show in this episode. None of the information added to the article on Pale Dusk by Ano-chan had footnotes, and basically Ano-chan wrote the pieces of information provided through the conversation with the members of Pale Dusk. All the pieces of information added were personal and trivial according to Wikipedia's standard. And some of the edit included sexual jokes, such as each member's personal sexual progress, like, this member has a big penis, or the member had sex 4 days ago. Actually, you can also see the editing history of the article if you see the slides, if you click the slide. So if you are interested in it, please download the slide and see the editing history. It's really chaotic. First, the show's team created the account user Denden Denpa and used it. But since this account was blocked for vandalism, the team also created 4 more accounts with similar name, like Denden Denpa 1 or Denden Denpa 2, which is obvious sock puppetry. Because of their edits, the article of Pale Dusk was protected. The show was heavily criticized for vandalism among the Japanese Wikipedia community, but the show's Twitter account complained that their Wikipedia account was blocked, saying that the information added was approved by the band members themselves, with no remorse about or understanding of vandalism. Every Wikipedian knows that no information should be added to biographies of living people unless it has reliable sources. The team behind Ano-chan no Denden Denpa did not even notice that. While these 2 examples are notorious among the Japanese Wikipedia community, there are other minor incidents in which media outlets tried to manipulate Japanese Wikipedia for publicity. These inappropriate edits were attempted not only by TV and streaming companies, but also YouTubers and radio companies. In December 2010, Kizuna Ai, the first major virtual YouTuber, asked the viewers to create a Wikipedia article about Kizuna Ai in a YouTube episode. Does anyone know Kizuna Ai? If you know Kizuna Ai, please raise your hand. Oh, some people know that. Yeah, actually, Kizuna Ai is now quite a famous virtual YouTuber. But this virtual YouTuber just debuted in November 2016, and the YouTube episode in December 2016 was an obvious attempt for publicity. After the YouTube episode was distributed, a new article was created as a publicity stunt, but was subsequently deleted. On the 15th October 2017, Nogi Funya TV, a streaming show featuring a Japanese female idol group named Nogizaka 46, declared that it would give gifts to viewers if the article of the show were created in Japanese Wikipedia during the live broadcasting. The new article of the show was created, deleted as an advertising attempt, recreated, and re-deleted. This show was also distributed by Abima, the same streaming platform as Kakeru TV, and this incident happened just 10 days after Kakeru TV's incident. Due to the successive vandalism, Abima acquired a bad reputation among Japanese Wikipedians. I apologize for bridging personal topics, but media companies often contacted me about professional knowledge, since I am a university teacher and one of the only few Wikipedians that have disclosed their actual name in Japanese community. But after this incident, whenever Abima contacted me for my professional knowledge, I always declined their offers. Let's move on to the next example. From April to July 2018, Appare yattemasu, or Bravo we are doing it in English, a radio show broadcast by MBS Radio, asked listeners to edit the Wikipedia article of Matsuda Daisuke, a comedian and one of the show's hosts. Since listeners kept adding trivial information, including sexual jokes, to the article, it was protected. The last case is very complicated and has not been confirmed, but many Wikipedians suspect that it was also a publicity stunt by a broadcasting company. From the 27th to the 29th December 2022, BSTV Tokyo, one of the channels owned by TV Tokyo, broadcast a mockumentary show named Kono Tape Motte Nai Desu ka? Or Don't You Have This Tape in English. Don't You Have This Tape is a mini-series that pretends to be a nostalgia-based show, introducing all the TV footage owned by viewers, although all the footage is fake. Has anyone seen Late Night with the Devil? If someone's, just one person. It's a bit like Late Night with the Devil because it is a fake documentary-style horror show focusing on old TV footage, although the atmosphere is very different. Don't You Have This Tape contains a segment from a fictional 1980s TV show, Sakatani Ichiro no Midnight Paradise, or Sakatani Ichiro's Midnight Paradise in English. Soon after the first episode of Don't You Have This Tape was aired, an article about Sakatani Ichiro's Midnight Paradise was created in Japanese Wikipedia, although this show did not exist at all. It is completely fictional. The article was deleted within 1 hour. Furthermore, similar kinds of suspicious edits about Sakatani Ichiro's Midnight Paradise were made in another Japanese encyclopedia-like website, Nico Nicopedia, or Nico Nico Daihyaku in Japanese. Anyone knows Nico Nicopedia? No one? It's run by Kadokawa. In the Japanese Wikipedia community, staff members of the show have been suspected of creating that article of the non-existent TV show to make Don't You Have This Tape look more plausible, although we do not have solid evidence. TV Tokyo also broadcast Ano-chan no Denden Denpa approximately 1 year after this incident, which has reinforced the suspicion in the Japanese Wikipedia community. Okay, here I make several points about the behavior of these media companies. First, all the various media companies tried publicity stunts in Wikipedia. Two broadcasters are particularly irresponsible, TV Tokyo and Abima, both of whom violated Wikipedia's rules multiple times. They have no knowledge about Wikipedia and have never learned its rules or customs. These TV companies think that Wikipedia is open, but they are not open to Wikipedia, since they have no intention or intellectual appetite to learn more about Wikipedia. Second, for some reason, Japanese broadcasters tend to believe that out-of-place sex jokes are funny. Believe me, since my day job is Shakespearean scholar, I read and hear better sex jokes every day. And I cannot believe that writing "this guy has a big penis" thing in Wikipedia could be in any way funny. This behavior is just childish and stupid. Japanese broadcasters' sense of humor needs serious updating. Third, such behaviors can be ascribed to the Japanese broadcast TV companies' lack of understanding of Wikipedia as social infrastructure. They don't know that Wikipedia has various rules or that our community always tries to maintain a certain quality. Perhaps they never even notice that Wikipedia has a community or real people like us maintaining the project. Because Wikipedia is an open, collaborative project, some mistakenly regard it as a playground for trivial information rather than a socially important information resource. Wikipedia, however, should be a gate to good information for all people, including children and the unprivileged. Writing stupid things on Wikipedia is the same as scribbling on timetables at the bus stop or train stations. But sadly, the Japanese broadcasters rarely notice that. They do not treat Wikipedia as their equal. In my personal opinion, serious Wikipedians, though very small in number, work as hard as staff members of mainstream media companies in order to make Wikipedia a reliable information resource. I think we deserve a little bit more respect from these media companies, but it has never occurred to them that when they vandalize Wikipedia, someone will be hurt and troubled with more work. What can we do to improve this lamentable situation? One possible solution is to encourage Japanese broadcasters to contact Wikipedians before making a show about Wikipedia and doing stupid things. NHK, a Japanese public broadcaster, and TBS, another broadcasting company in Japan, have made several TV and radio shows focusing on Wikipedia, and their shows were relatively well received by both Wikipedians and non-Wikipedians. These companies almost always contacted Wikipedians before planning programs. I have helped both companies, and in my opinion, whenever they make Wikipedia-related programs, they tend to find experienced Wikipedians in advance. And I think that makes a great difference. Another solution is getting non-Wikipedians to understand that Wikipedia is important social infrastructure through various types of public events, media coverage, and education. Maybe Wikipedia itself needs some kind of publicity stunt in Japan in an educational context. Because Wikimedia community cultures greatly differ by languages, advertising needs localizing. For example, Wikipedia's donation banner is often mocked by Japanese users for its strange wording, and Japanese Wikipedians, including myself, receive complaints about the wording every year. Japanese Wikipedia even has an article about Wikipedia donation banner, partly because it is widely regarded as weird. I think Japanese Wikipedia is the only Wikipedia that has an article about Wikipedia donation banner. Partly because of the strange wording and the persistent appearance of the donation banner, many people, non-Wikipedians in Japan, wrongly believe that Wikipedia is a poor, shabby organization. Proper localizing is a key to making Wikipedia well received in Japan. While the media treatment of Japanese Wikipedia is bleak, an interesting move was made recently. Wikipedia literature, Wikipedia literature, or Wikipedia bungaku in Japanese, is a slang term for Japanese Wikipedia articles that are interesting to read or that have literary quality. Bungaku means literature. In Japanese Wikipedia, there are several famous articles referred to as Wikipedia literature, and there is also an article titled Wikipedia bungaku, which is a relatively well-known term among non-Wikipedians. A major Japanese publishing company, Shinchosha, started using this word in April this year to advertise a book related to Wikipedia literature. Shinchosha advertised some books as the basis for Wikipedia literature in social media posts, and bookshops used this word in their ads too. It is an interesting story, but today I don't have enough time to discuss it. Although there have been debates about this term among Wikipedians, I think this is a welcome trend because it could remind media companies of the importance of Wikipedia as a knowledge resource. I hope that Japanese media companies will be more open to Wikipedia in the true sense of the word. This concludes my presentation, and I welcome questions and comments. I am especially interested in knowing whether this type of problem is encountered in other Wikipedias. If anyone is aware of similar problems in non-Japanese Wikipedia, please tell us. I welcome questions.
Hi, thank you for your talk. It was super interesting. As you were going over the first part about editing Wikipedia live, it reminded me of something that happened in 2006 on the Colbert Report, where he suggested that his viewers, he had quite a big viewership, go on edit Wikipedia and either vandalize it or introduce facts that they would create reality from the facts. So he tried to say something like, elephants have tripled in size over the last years or something like that. So I wondered if you think that that was maybe their inspiration, or anyhow, that's one example of where it's happened before. I can put it into the Etherpad notes if you'd like to read more about it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I think the word wikiality or truthiness was a word perhaps very fashionable around in the time of Colbert Report. But I'm not quite sure people in Japanese media company did see Colbert Report or the American TV shows. But yes, but I think the situation is a bit similar, because Japanese TV company tried to create some kind of truthiness or wikiarity by asking people to edit Wikipedia or editing Wikipedia by themselves. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Great talk. Have you tried contacting media regulators about this?
No. I think no. I'm not quite sure any Wikipedian have contacted the media regulator previously. Yeah, but I think it was trying. Yes.
Thank you. Great talk. Yes. So first of all, you ask if this happens at other wikis. I'm a French Wikipedia administrator. It happened, but less. You know, the more known Wikipedia is, the less people are likely to do this, but they still try. So yes, my question is, has other media reacted to this attempt covering the fact that, look, that broadcasting company is doing bad things on Wikipedia?
No, not at
No?
all. Actually, Wikipedia never inspired interest in other media. Almost nothing. So, if something very strange happens in Wikipedia, no media company would be interested in it, and they had no contact, and sometimes they contact wrong people. The people knows very little about Wikipedia, although they know something about information sciences or the internet. So actually, the coverage of media is not quite good about in terms of Wikipedia in Japan.
Two-part question. First part is, could you tell us the TV Tokyo and the other I guess TV station, are they big TV stations? Or are they really niche station, like small?
Oh yes, TV Tokyo is a mainstream TV company. I think people in most region can see TV Tokyo with no special equipment, except my hometown. Well, actually, my hometown is very in rural area. So, Abema TV is a quite niche online streaming service, but it has gained. I think it is relatively a big streaming service in Japan.
Yeah, obviously, if NHK pulls this kind of stunt, then they'll be in a much bigger trouble than something that's small. So my second part is kind of like going back to what the first question was. Is it possible that the Japanese media industry, when it comes to its relationship with Wikipedia, is less mature than, say, in the English world? Because that incident was in 2006, while the example you illustrated were like 6, 8, 10 years later. So is it possible? This is a possibility?
Actually, I'm not quite Yes, actually, I hope the Japanese media companies' relationship with Wikipedia will be more mature, but I have little hope about that because Japanese media companies is chronically troubled by the low quality TV, the producing low quality TV show or lack of funding. So, and I think the quality of journalism is often discussed in Japan. So I hope I have very little hope.
My question is about there was a similar incident in Chinese Wikipedia back in a time in around the time of Wikimania Hong Kong in 2013, and there was a company called I think it should be called Ferraro, and one of their brands, Kinder, asked their followers on Facebook to edit Wikipedia to publicize the advantage of the product, but it gained a serious backlash from our local community, and they have to end the campaign and apologize. So my question is, are there any corporate actors other than broadcasters to try to manipulate Japanese Wikipedia in the similar ways?
Yes, I think there are several minor incidents related to SNS or Facebook or Twitter or other social media. But I didn't mention these incidents because they are quite much more minor scale. Because TV and radio companies, if TV broadcasts and much more have much more influence on viewers because they are mainstreaming medias. So in this presentation, I only focused on relatively larger media companies, but there are many minor incidents related to social media. Yes.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our speaker.